consciously carrying them over as well.
Yeah.
Now, how do we begin to tackle all of that and still understand where the role of African traditions,
Yeah.
which also carry their own weight, come into play, right? Because a lot of times we'll pass things off that are of mental inhibition
Yeah.
and say, no, it's a traditional
Yeah.
something,
Yeah.
or something's amiss culturally.
Yeah. I think you know my work. Over the period of time or over years, I've always been intentional about demystifying the myths around African tradition and culture, because it has further moved us away from the sacredness and the gift in which it can give us. You know, for example, the notion around African time. It's about lateness. A lot of the stereotype around that, it's about lateness. But if you look at the sacredness of African time, its life is organic. We move in rhythm and cycles. So there's a time to sit and grieve and a time to go through the healing. That's how you get over it. You can't rush healing. But we live in man-made clocks where by 20 I must have finished high school, because the educational system is wired that way. Standardization is needed and is required, but it also has an impact because we're not all fishes who know how to swim in the ocean. Some of us are birds, some of us are some monkeys. You know, by 30 I must be married. You cannot have kids over 40. Where do those notions come from? We've even said this is African tradition without understanding that colonially, when laws were created from 1800s, there were laws that were created to demonize ways in which we lived, to criticize and get rid of everything that would identify us as African. So fast forward to 2026, there are existing traditions that we think are traditions. For example, the difference between sacracy and sacredness, where people would misbehave and become abusive in a household and would be like, no, we must protect the family. Whereas Africans understood that a child becomes a reflection of the family. So we were concerned on how do we create a conducive environment that this child's thriving, it's a reflection of their family. So we would not condone and allow abusive situation where children go through incest, for example, and the family would keep it hush hush. That is sacracy. That is protecting an individual in the interest of maintaining the individual in that relationship, whether because of the relationship as a financial provider or the breadwinner. But in our culture, it would not be accepted that we are going to ruin this gift, because children are gifts, at the expense of, temporary monetary value. These are the things that we must start to investigate. How did we come to believe that begezela? What is that concept? Indoda ayikhali, yabona, versus indoda ayilili, monna haliki nku. These notions, where did they come from? Because some of these things came from because we found ourselves in circumstances where we needed to forget who we were, so we don't find ourselves criminals. I mean, if somebody like me were practicing in 1957, I would be violating an act of the Witchcraft Subtraction Act, for example. So if we look at those things and continuously challenge that, but where does that notion come from that I must achieve? We eat our breakfasts in the car while we're driving our kids to school, while you're thinking of jumping to the next meeting. Corporate South Africa has dictated how the woman's body must heal, for example. We want you back at work at this time, not understanding that a woman giving birth is traumatic on its own, because you just brought a whole human being to this. It rewires the chemistry in your body. So how do you up and go in 6 weeks because you are on a contract, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because we are living currently in a corporate culture, and it's very important for us to be conscious of how the systems and the environments that we live in right now impact people's mental wellness, people's mental health. We've got deadlines, right? Deadlines at this time, meetings at this time, back-to-back meetings. And when it comes to people's mental thing, no, it's your personal business. But how I show up at work has to do with this person. So if this person is not taken care of, it's going to affect how I'm productive. My own production contributes to the profits of this company.
True. 061-410-4107. That's our WhatsApp. It's approaching, no, it's not approaching 10 to.
You are present. You are present. You see,
He
you are
just
here.
made me present. We were about to say it's approaching. Well, it is approaching 10 to, but we don't have to take a break. Um, the impact also of losing touch with one's culture,
Yeah.
and one's identity, one's heritage,
Yeah.
heritage rather. How does that also impact? Because I think you know, we've had a generation that's lived in the dualities.
Yeah.
We've had millennials that have lived in the dualities, that are trying to straddle these various identities and
Yeah.
these various rootings, and something is giving way.
Yeah.
At something's giving way. You know what I mean? How do we then begin to recalibrate that? Because I think that also speaks to something unspoken.
Yeah.
Is that maybe in 20 years' time we'll start dissecting
Yeah.
what was the mental and psychological impact of moving through these two worlds,
Yeah.
in tandem, and with the same kind of presence.
You see, the thing is that we also believe culture is African culture, not culture in general. It's ancient and primitive. That's actually a false belief system, because culture is a way of life. Traditions and norms and values that enable a way of life. So we are here. We've got 9 to 5s. We've got schedules. We've got one thing, to the other. So that's the reality we live in. But what are essentials that we have moved away? As Africans, it's savoring moments. It's sitting and appreciating, so we don't sit and appreciate. I am here. I got here safely. I'm doing this interview now. I am clothed. I am fed, because we've been wired to chase the next goal. We've been wired to achieve, because we relate our identities to how much material or how much the external world can validate us. So connecting to our roots is knowing ukuthi ngingusithole. Abosithole, who are they? I am a Ramalep, and when I trace my lineage, I'm like, wow, we were part of Mapungube. I come from a family of royals. So what is it from that royalness that as Goko Dineo today I need to embody in myself? What is it about who they were reflects in the work that I'm doing, without feeling I'm not doing enough because I have not ticked another box? Oh, but I haven't been to opera. Oh no, but I haven't done this, So that's why I'm encouraging everyone, especially corporate South Africa. I mean, when we look at there's a campaign that's going on called African Time by Castle Millstout, and what I love, it says, let's savor the richness, let's savor moments, right? As much as the schedules, but can I be present in this meeting without thinking there are 10 other meetings? Can we look at, basically outcomes based things? This is what we outcome based things to be. Is that realistic? Is that practical? Because that has also denied women opportunities of positions of power. How are you going to do it as a mom? But what about the dad? Because African systems about family, it's not about the mother's role and the father's role. Is what are the functions that are required for this family to be functional?
Well, okay, let's go to WhatsApp. 061 is our WhatsApp line.
Good day, SAFM. Liziwe Ntshengulana. I'm listening to your program with Gogo Dinayo. I love it so much because it is telling us exactly what is happening with our black race. Because as human beings, if we don't attend to nervous system healing, then we are really in trouble. And most of the time, we don't even understand what is happening with people who have got trauma. So Gogo Dinayo is explaining exactly what I understand about the nervous system trauma, because people who are traumatized cannot be accountable for their actions, because as she says, they are in freeze or flight, phone, etc. They cannot respond, they only react. Thank you so much, SAFM, for hosting Gogo Denial.
I hope I have the right number for SAFM. I keep on missing the digits, so I hope this is right. I love the show. I absolutely love what is being said in relation to protecting our children and raising up the children with the village. I'm fortunate. I was raised by the village. I was brought up in Everton, so I understand exactly what it means to be having a free and a wonderful childhood. Thank you so much for this show. Thank you. Thank you.
It's only a pleasure, and thank you for listening. You definitely have the right number now. You must just store us in your contacts. 0614104107. From Masiru in Lesotho, Ganda Ganda says, royal greetings to you, Bridget, and your guest, Gogo D.
Royal greetings.
This topic, it's really productive, particularly to us as Africans. A big shout out to Ugogo there. My question is, how do we reconnect to our own lifestyle?
Yeah.
And I guess that speaks to our indigenous lifestyles.
Yeah. And I'm not saying let's go back and say Kogama Peshu. Right?
I, not you.
Things have evolved. I think, connecting to your own lifestyle is actually understand what has disconnected you from that. What are the things? Because I can list the things for people to do. Mm-hmm. But this is what trauma does, because we've had, collective trauma as blacks in terms of colonization and apartheid that erased and demonized everything that has to do with Africanism, has been associated with, not being progressive, with failing and sitting at the, beneath the barrel. So you must be able to be aware what makes me uncomfortable first, embracing Impepo, for example. What is making me uncomfortable going to an African ceremony? What makes me uncomfortable sitting and waiting because we want things to open again at the clock? And with our rituals, we're like, well, this is all, we're going to slaughter at sunset. But you are there, like, when is the sunset? Understanding that Cape Town, it sets around 8, sometimes towards 9 p.m. But Joburg, it's far earlier on. So if you look at that wisdom, then you realize that actually this is belief systems that have been encoded, and they might have been passed from one generation to the other, but change begins with you. And I think that's what I want to focus on as we nearing the end, is to say we are not just victims, because when we remain victims of our circumstances, we don't grow. We must say, this has happened, it's not my fault. It has shaped me, and there's part of the shaping that has been a gift, but there's part of the shaping that has led me to an unhealthy lifestyle. Because how we cope with distress is addiction, right? Phones, shopping, alcohol, sex, and so many other things. Social media, for example.
Validation.
Yes, validation can be it is an addiction, where if somebody doesn't say thank you and please to you, you're already offended. They're not part of your inner circle. We've become consumed by also fast quick fixes when it comes to mental health. It's for my peace. I'm gonna block this person, I'm gonna delete their number. But have you had the necessary conversation? So if you look how we used to do things in relation to trauma, when there was a problem, counsel would be called. In marriages, when you before you got married, counsel was called. Abakongi, people who went, a whole family was brought together. But then when we go through separation, it's just a decision of two people, and normally becomes brutal. And I'm not saying people must stay in toxic relationships, but understand that your behavior impacts the children, the ones that you brought onto this life. So can we go back to the same processes and say, I'm going to involve somebody, even when the toxic traits are starting to emerge? Who is the trusted beloved who was part of your journey to say, hey phela nangu lo mfazi usengivukela amandla, or nayi le ndoda iyanginonela, this is what I'm experiencing. And it's always good to have people who are not always to become your confirmation bias. What do I mean? We want to engage people who always are going to go with how we see things and how we perceive things. Different perspective does not mean we are in conflict. Diversity needs to be embraced. Look at nature. Bees, birds, skies, oceans, they have different functions, and they understand that they require each other. So what's happening in South Africa, especially in South Africa and Africa, because of things that have happened to us, every disagreement feels like it's a war waiting to happen. We really never healed, Bridget, from apartheid. We can't get over something that stripped us away of our material wealth, that stripped away our identity, that strips away our relationships. Our fathers were taken away from their own wealth to work in the mines. So when we speak about GBV, do we understand the impacts? We need to start looking at humans as systems, not as mechanics. When we're dealing with social issues, we can't want to separate things. We can't want to say, we can't speak about Idliso in GBV and the role that it plays. So we are like this. And, the universe, God, Allah, whatever that divine power is, has taught us expansion and multidimensionality. And as human beings, we are multidimensional. So when you have a mental health issue, ask yourself, what else is there? What is my soul asking? Right? Your soul could be asking you to touch ground. Your soul can be asking you, you've forgotten where you come from. There are things, honoring your ancestors. I mean, this is to the royal our Sutu listener there. Honoring your ancestors is not worshiping your ancestors. It's to honor them because they are part of your DNA.
Gogo Dineo, there's a collective sigh on our WhatsApp, but unfortunately we've fast run out of time. We appreciate you coming through and all the wisdom that you've shared with us today. It's 2:00 on the dot. Ondela is standing by. But before we get to Ondela, by the way, experience the magic of the world-class ballet at the International Winter Ballet Gala. And this is coming to the AfriForum Theatre this Friday, tomorrow, Gusasa, 31st of July, featuring international stars from the Bolshoi Ballet, acclaimed Cuban artists, and South Africa's finest dancers. The spectacular one-day event has performances at 3 p.m. and at 7 p.m. And you can book at Tixa or at AfriForum Theatre.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Seiso Mohai appointed PIC board chairperson, and Madlanga Commission plays audio recording sent to Ramsamy by Johnson. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. His appointment follows the immediate departure of Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo last week. Masondo's resignation is said to have been prompted by his strained relations with his boss, Minister Enoch Godongwana, and the now suspended PIC CEO, Patrick Dlamini. Minister in the presidency, Kumbuzo Nchabeni.
What informed the appointment of Deputy Minister in the presidency for planning, monitoring and evaluation to lead the PIC? In terms of the PIC Act, the chairperson of the PIC can be a Deputy Minister of Finance, or which, if it's a Deputy Minister of Finance, they must be appointed by the Minister of Finance, but in consultation with Cabinet, any other Deputy Minister from the economic cluster can be appointed. Deputy Minister Seiso Mohai is a Deputy Minister within the economic cluster, and so therefore it's in line with the provision of the PIC Act.
Certain categories of South African drivers will now have their licenses valid for 10 years. This came out at the post-cabinet briefing in Pretoria earlier today. Government says the 10-year validity extension will only apply to light motor vehicles. Minister in the presidency, Kumbuzo Nchabeni, explains.
The 10-year renewal period will apply only to light motor vehicles. Heavy commercial and public transport vehicles will remain subject to existing 2 or 5-year renewal cycles, while professional drivers' permits will also remain on the 2-year renewal cycle. The change aligns with international best practice, enhances administrative efficiencies, reduces the frequency of renewals for motorists, and eases service demand pressures within the licensing system. The implementation of the extended validity period requires legislative amendments. So motorists must therefore continue to renew expired driving licenses cards until the new law takes effect.
The Madlanga Commission has played an audio recording in which former IDEG head advocate Andrea Johnson allegedly tells state advocate Drushanta Ramsamy to leave the country if the commission calls her to testify. Ramsamy, who is testifying before the commission today, has been giving evidence about allegations that Johnson flouted legal processes during IDEG investigations. In the recording, Johnson is also heard expressing concern about the commission's line of questioning and its scrutiny of the unit's understanding of the law.
If they call you, you leave the country.
Okay. Oh God. Okay.
It's not what you know.
Okay. No.
Today I didn't know Section 28. I didn't know Section 27. I know nothing. I'm as dumb as 2 bricks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, says the joint operation between the SANDF and police deployed in some parts of the country has not yet yielded the desired results on the Cape Flats. Early this year, SANDF was deployed in some provinces to assist police to fight crime, gang violence and illegal mining. Cameron's remarks follow recent killings in some Cape Town townships, as well as a parliamentary question to Acting Police Minister Professor Feroz Kashalia about the reasons for the continued killings despite the joint operation. Cameron says the joint operation, especially in gang-infested areas, has not produced positive outcomes as expected.
It clearly shows that the haphazard approach of patrolling with one or two additional military vehicles and haphazardly stopping at properties for stop and search operations has not really made much of an impact. Here and there we have seen seizures of firearms, specifically illicit firearms and some drugs, but not nearly on the scale that is needed to really disturb or destabilize gang and violent crime activity in these organized crime plagued areas.
Research shows that over 57% of the spaza shops in KwaZulu-Natal are owned by foreign nationals, while 42% are run by South Africans. This was revealed by Premier Tami Nduli in the provincial legislature. Nduli and MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environment Affairs, Reverend Musa Zondi, hosted a roundtable discussion on spaza shops in Durban on Tuesday. Recapping the top story, Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister and the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. I'm Ondulambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to netbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
The Full Circle with Masinga, Monday to Friday.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
In case you missed it,
former Group Chief Executive Office of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Lucky Montana, could no longer touch 2 of his expensive properties for the time being, spending billions on locomotives that were inappropriate for South African railways. When billions were lost, Lucky Montana blamed former board chair Popo Molefe at the Zondo Commission for much of what went wrong. How do you respond to the news that Lucky Montana's properties have been frozen?
You haven't told me your name.
Joanne Joseph.
Joanne, yes, I got a message that you're going to call me.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All that new day's coming soon. wonder what's happened to all the plans that we made. Looks like they're all out of view. Oh, and every day life changes, the set it rearranges, and all the players change their costumes. Well, I know we need a brand new day. New day. From what I see, we need a new day. New day. Well, I know we got to have a new day. New day. And that new day's coming soon. Oh, how I wonder. It really makes me wonder. Yeah. Where is so much of the beauty that we see? Now I'm wondering if it's all been in a dream. Times they go from bad to worse. Seems it's all been rehearsed. We were standing here acting out this scene. Well, I know we need a brand new day. New day. From what I see, we need a new day. New day. I really do think we've got to have a new day. New day. And that new day's coming soon. Oh, how I wonder. Really makes me wonder. I know we've got to have a new day. New day. I really do think we've got to have a new day. New day. From what I see, we need a new day. New day. And that new day's coming soon. Oh, how I wonder. Really makes me wonder. Yeah. Oh, from what I see, we need a new day. New day. With all the trouble in the world, we need a new day. New day. With all the lonely, broken hearts are crying. New day. All our loved ones are slowly dying. New day. I know we need a new day. New day. And that new day's coming soon. 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 And that new day's coming soon.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
George Benson, New Day was the track that we got into this hour with. It's almost 1:15. It's just like a few shakes of a cat's hair before we get to 2:15. We're going to be having a legal conversation. Now, we're looking at mediation, and is mediation becoming South Africa's new legal necessity? We know that our courts are backlogged. Sometimes matters sitting on that court roll for years before they can be finalized. So we thought we'd catch up with Andri Locke Ferguson, who is the Higher Education's Head of School for Law at Stadio. How are you doing this afternoon, Andri?
Hi, good afternoon, Bridget. I'm doing just fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Much, much appreciated. So data says that South Africa's court backlog has reached a point where some civil matters are actually reported only to be allocated as far ahead as 2031. Before we even get to mediation, just perhaps your understanding as to how does our system get to this point, where matters are so far backed up, and then obviously what becomes our steps in terms of addressing that, and is mediation one of those steps?
That's a very interesting question, and I think it's a very big problem that we have seen for years now. Trial dates, going 4, 5, 6, 7 years in advance, and that's a kind of a systemic issue. And we don't have all the resources that we require to have expedient trials and things like that. So we do have a massive backlog, and it's not really getting resolved by the judiciary expanding the court system and getting more judges, etc. So what's happened in Gauteng specifically is we have the mediation protocol, which now requires mandatory mediation to take place. So it's now specific to Gauteng at this stage. But that essentially says that before you can get any trial date, you would have to go through mediation and attempt to resolve the matter through mediation. And only if mediation fails and a non-resolution certificate is obtained by the mediator, you can then proceed to court and actually obtain a trial date. And that's now an attempt to resolve the massive backlog that we have seen.
So mediation is not simply an alternative to litigation anymore, right? There was a time when people would say, well, have you tried mediation? I guess now it's no longer a suggestion, but perhaps a very strong proposal.
Yes, in Gauteng it's a requirement, and the future will show if it is a requirement, it becomes a requirement in other provinces as well. So we'll keep the space, we'll watch the space and see what happens in the other provinces. But it's not an alternative here in Gauteng, and it's definitely strongly encouraged otherwise. It's the recent statistics from the judge president showed that 85% of matters get settled at the foot of the court. So that also means, if you've got 85% of matters being settled before they actually go on trial, it does seem to clog up the court roll significantly. If you can remove 85% of matters by way of mediation, then that will certainly alleviate a lot of the burdens that we currently have in the High Court.
So from what I'm understanding, parties that are, mainly perhaps in civil matters, with this requirement for them to first attempt mediation before a trial date is allocated, it is a significant shift in how perhaps disputes are expected to be resolved and even handled. And does it also speak, maybe from a civil perspective, does it also speak to that we have become a litigiously maybe robust society? I know we make jokes of Americans most of the times, but are we following suit where every grievance must be taken to civil court, even if maybe mediation could have been a better option?
It's we do laugh at or joke about the US being very litigious, but if we are looking at the statistics, if we say 85% of matters can be settled through mediation, then that does certainly speak to us becoming rather litigious I think more research needs to be done in terms of this. I also think it's due to mediation or alternative, some people call it appropriate dispute resolution. So mediation and arbitration not being that entrenched in our legal system as yet. So, it's not formally been part of the legal system. So the first port of call has always kind of been, okay, let's go to the courts.
Let's take a quick pause here, Henri. We'll come back on the other side. It's 2:20 on the Full Circle.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 400-gram Koo baked beans and tomato sauce, excluding light and variants. Buy 2 for 30. Or 2-liter Sunfoil sunflower oil for 69.99. Save 15 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
If you were given a choice, I guess, in a matter, would you prefer mediation, go into mediation and arbitration before actually standing in front of the court? Perhaps it would be a faster, simpler, more cost-effective way of dealing with matters. And I don't know, maybe, that kind of system also speaks to that, Henri, in terms of mediation and arbitration. Perhaps not only does it afford South Africans efficacy, but also a far more cost-effective way of dealing with matters.
Absolutely. I mean, mediation is far more cost-effective and expedient. So, I mean, you can resolve matters in weeks or in days. If you get a mediator, for next week, you can mediate for a day or two and you can get the matter resolved, whereas, of course, you said now they've got a massive backlog. It's generally a lot more cost-efficient as well. And so there's definitely a lot of merit in mediation. And I think, again, coming back to that statistic, if you have 85% of matters going for mediation and being resolved in days or weeks instead of years, it definitely speaks to your access to justice, constitutional right as well.
Let's talk a little bit as well, because I think a lot of us, hopefully we never get to see the inside of a courtroom. Because I don't think most of the time it's anything good that is coming off one being in the inside of a courtroom. But when we're looking at court delays, right, just in us understanding the court processes in the country, how they typically work, that also speak to some of these delays, because a lot of these delays also change the way that families and businesses resolve their disputes. People are stuck in court for months, years, and at some point you run out of money. But I've often wondered, when we watch these big court processes and people will come in for 10 minutes, ask for a postponement. That postponement is then granted in 2 months or 3 months. They come back again. They ask for another postponement because they're not ready. Then it's another 2-3 months. And I'm thinking, okay, but when does the court then say, hold up, we've now got to start? We've been postponing and postponing for this reason and that reason. So I've often wondered, is there some kind of formula, for lack of a better word, in terms of how the court systems work, and when they get to a time that says you're now actually wasting not only time but also wasting money, and we need to get this matter on the roll, dealt with and concluded soon?
I mean, the vast numbers that we have in court make that quite difficult. There's no stock standard approach. Every matter has a different journey or a blueprint, if I can say it like that. So it would depend on the types of delays. There would always have to be a good reason, and if there's not a good reason, then an order can be made against the party, postponing and maybe being frivolous or whatever the case may be. But there's no hard and fast rule about when that is, and I think it's also important for the public to understand that these postponements cost money. You are going to pay for your attorney to go and postpone the matter, or you're going to pay for your attorney to go to court where the other party is going to postpone the matter. And if you are going to keep on postponing, or if the trial is going to take a very long time, or if it's a very, if it's a complicated case, these costs can potentially ruin a business. And, coming back then to the mediation, if you go into mediation, from the outset, the perspective of the mediator would be to resolve the conflict and to see if the relationship between the parties, whether it be personal in a family matter or commercial or civil, or whatever the case may be, to see how that relationship can be protected and kept in place so that the parties can move forward together. Instead, all peacefully part ways, instead of having this adversarial trial in court where there's always a winner and a loser.
What kind of matters are being recommended, particularly so in Gauteng, since it's flagshipping or piloting this mediation approach? So what kind of matters are being recommended for mediation, or that are eligible for mediation?
And so all the civil matters, the RAF matters are also referred to, and then to mediation. Any civil matters, and then your family matters can also go through mediation. That's it's a bit more, the mediation process is a bit more entrenched in family law. It's something that has existed in family law a little bit longer and it's been used a bit more. But that's also a great area for mediation to take place, is in family law. And then we know that some of the matters where there's domestic violence have gone for mediation. I think, although possible, one has to be very careful there. If you go on to the more criminal side of things, then restorative justice is, which would include mediation and things like that. It's definitely a bit more complicated to navigate successfully.
I want to just quickly jump to WhatsApp. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line.
Good afternoon. This is Baggy in Cape Town. I'm enjoying the interview with our guest, so far as the mediation and arbitration and so forth it goes. However, the question that you've just posed, that choosing between mediation and arbitration, it's true that there's actually like a cost-effective methods of alternative dispute resolution. However, it's really not about choosing this and not that and what. The bottom line is you got to know the applicable laws that affect applicable laws pertaining to the issues at hand, to assist or maybe to adjudicate on the matter in the event that the parties could not really reach a consensus or whatever. You need to also assist them insofar as what laws applies, the consequences and what and so forth. This is Baki in Cape Town.
Paki, in Cape Town, does that then segue me to asking Anri, in terms of the mediators, I presume that these are folks of legal sound mind and experience.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Quite enjoyed that. Thank you so much. So the mediation space is a little bit unregulated, actually, in South Africa, and we don't have a central mediation authority or regulator. We have institutions. It's a bit of an alphabet soup, so I'll spell you the alphabet soup here. But we have institutions that are reputable and that have reputable training, but we don't have a central authority. I know there are movements towards a more central authority, which would certainly help and ensure that there's at least a standard for mediations. And that has been, I think, one of the biggest concerns that has come out of my discussions with the various stakeholders, that mediators aren't necessarily, or haven't necessarily gone through the same standard of training. And we've certainly looked at, we have mediation trainings as well, in collaboration with the Social Justice Association, and we have very much looked at the practical element. And that's so important as a mediator or mediator in training. You need to have that practical experience. You need to have a training that puts you in the room with the parties, that equip you to deal with these types of conflicts. It's not a courtroom, so you don't necessarily need to have a law degree. We have mediators who are psychologists or social workers, and they do fantastic work or engineers. When you come more towards your civil and commercial aspect, of course, labor as well. But you need mediators that are really good and really qualified and have done a proper training. If you don't have that, then you do run into the risk of someone guiding the conversation and mediation into the wrong area, and not being aware of, there are certain legalities and concerns that need to be addressed when you are a mediator. So, just as an example, if there's a power imbalance or if a child is, endangered, there are certain steps that need to be taken. And you need a mediator who actually knows what to do in those situations, yes.
Interesting. And I mean, it's unfortunate that we have to leave it on that interesting note right there. But most times in South Africa, we put the cart before the horse when we decide to embark on a different system. And then we play catch up. Henri Locke-Ferguson, thank you so much for your time. Higher Education's Head of School for Law at Stadio. It's 2:30. Ondela is standing by, and then we'll get into Kids Corner.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister and the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. The Madlanga Commission has played an audio recording in which former IDEG head advocate Andrea Johnson allegedly tells state advocate Droshanta Ramsamy to leave the country if the commission calls her to testify. And police in Limpopo have arrested more than 50 undocumented immigrants during a multidisciplinary operation in Louis Trichardt and surrounding areas today. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Thursday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner right here on SAFM. Today we're talking about asking questions in class and why being curious helps us learn better. Are you comfortable asking questions in class when you don't understand something? Why do you think it's important to ask questions when you're confused? What sometimes stops children from asking questions in class? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jessica Smith and I am registered in the school of Brixton Primary School. No, I am not comfortable asking questions in class when I don't understand something. It makes me feel like somebody's gonna laugh at me, whereas the teacher is also like a student also coming to class and teaching themselves. No one laughed at me in class when I was raising my hand. Because I am really shy in class when it comes to asking questions that is more understandable when we're going through the process. When I don't understand something in class, then after class I go to the teacher and ask what were they meaning when they were teaching the lesson. Thank you.
Hello friends, my name is Lisa Kanyamdlili in grade 5B and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I am comfortable asking questions in class. I think it's important to ask questions when you don't understand something in class because it helps you understand more. Yes, I have asked a question in class that helped other learners. It does English, ma'am, and I don't remember the question. After the teacher answers the question that I asked, I feel very proud of myself. because I feel special. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nasisa and my surname is Bebe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. When it comes to me raising my hand in class when I don't understand a question, it depends on the subject. I am sometimes comfortable in SS, Geography and History, and I am sometimes not comfortable in math because I feel shy. What can help me to stop feeling shy is feel a bit comfortable and get prepared. I think it is important to ask questions in class when you don't understand because it helps you understand more better and it helps you pass because you've asked a question that you've never knew the answer about. Yes, I have asked a question in class that helped other learners understand more better. It was English, talking about prepositions. Now I understand the question at the lesson better. Thank you for your time.
My name is Maya and my surname is Makele. I am in grade 6A. I'm registered in the school Brixton Primary School. Yes, I am comfortable asking questions in class when I don't understand. I think it's important to ask questions in class because it boosts your knowledge. After the teacher explained the question I asked, I feel very comfortable and I think I helped other students understand it more better. When the other learners are laughing at children in class, I think it feels rude because the other learner is also trying to understand better. Thank you for your time.
Greetings everyone, my name is Lucia Maseko from Brixton Primary School and I'm 11 years old. No, I'm not that comfortable in asking questions in class when I don't understand.
Why?
Because I'm too shy and uncomfortable when everyone is looking at me. I don't really know what can help me so that I can stop being shy. Yes, I'm very shy right now. It's just the other learners. To learners who laugh at others when they're trying to learn, I tell them that to stop because it's a person trying to understand. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Matlakhanola Busholo. I am in grade 6A and I'm 12 years old. Yes, I'm comfortable asking questions when I don't understand anything in class. What stops other learners from asking questions in class is because when they ask questions, some people laugh at them and doesn't take them seriously. And it makes that person very sad and uncomfortable to ask questions in class. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Irham Ahmed from grade 7B and I'm from Brixton Primary School. Yes, I am comfortable asking questions in class when I don't understand something because it helps me understand something more better and gives the lesson more pretty easy a way of understanding. What stops other learners from asking questions in class is shyness, not being able to speak up because of other learners that like laughing at them. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kesa Matara. No, I do not feel comfortable asking questions in class because I just feel too embarrassed and shy to ask the question because they might make fun of me. I think it's important to ask questions in class so that in future you can know what the answer is and the teacher can help you.
Good afternoon, people. My name is Uminati Mhlobo. I am in grade 7A. I am not comfortable asking questions in class. Why? Because maybe my question, or maybe the teacher might look at me in a certain way. I think it's the thoughts that come in my head. I've never raised my hand and asked a question in class. I think learners who laugh at others in class are rude, and I don't know, maybe other kids might feel uncomfortable and their confidence might be low, their self-esteem.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tiamo Govedi in Brixton Primary School. I'm in grade 6. I'm 11 years old. Yes, I am comfortable raising up my hand in class when I don't understand anything. I think sometimes learners stop asking questions in class because they feel very nervous or scared that other learners will laugh at them. Thank you for your time.
Learners who laugh at other learners in class, they are so rude and they make the others feel emotional that they won't be able even to talk to the teachers. Thank you. What makes other learners stop asking questions in class is because others, they always tease them by saying, your English is bad, you are ugly, those kind of things, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chinedu. My surname is Sikakane. Yes, I am comfortable asking questions in class because it helped me to understand the subject. But sometimes when I ask questions, some learners like to laugh. But I have that really teacher who always encouraged me that even though they laugh, I must ignore them.
Afternoon, my fellow audience. My name is Leon Chimeza in Brixton Primary School. I'm 11 years old in grade 6. I am not comfortable to ask questions in my class because some of them, they laugh at me whenever I ask a question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alon Dempenge. I am from Brixton Primary School and I am in grade 5. Yes, I am comfortable asking questions in class because I can learn more and be able to understand the subject better. To kids who laugh at others in class, they will be so rude because other learners are trying to do their best and giving their best shot. When a teacher responds to the question that I asked in class, I feel very relieved because I stood up and raised my hand and chose courage over fear. Thank you, everybody, for your love, time, and support.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Learning new things is a journey, and sometimes we don't understand everything the first time. That is why asking questions in class is such an important part of learning. A good learner is not someone who knows everything. It's someone who's curious and willing to learn. Some children feel comfortable raising their hands and asking questions, while others may feel shy, worried that their classmates might laugh, or afraid that their questions might seem silly. But remember, there's no such thing as a silly question when we're trying to learn. If you're confused about something, chances are that another learner may also be wondering about the same thing. Asking questions help us understand lessons better, fix mistakes, and learn more deeply. When we ask our teachers to explain something, we give ourselves a chance to improve and grow. Sometimes one learner's question can help the whole class because other learners may have been confused about the same topic but were too afraid to ask. It is always better to ask than stay confused and struggle on your own. But a classroom should be a safe place where everyone is allowed to learn, make mistakes, and ask for help. Friends, we should remember that asking questions shows curiosity, courage, and a desire to learn. Great inventors, scientists, leaders, and successful people became great because they asked questions and wanted to understand the world around them. So next time you don't understand something in class, don't be afraid to raise your hand. Your question could be the question that helps you, and maybe even your classmates learn something new. Keep asking, keep learning, and keep growing. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, Brand New Day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Experience the magic of world-class ballet at the International Winter Ballet Gala, coming to the AfriForum Theatre in Pretoria on Friday, the 31st of July, featuring international stars from the Bolshoi Ballet, acclaimed Cuban artists, and South Africa's finest dancers. The spectacular one-day event has performances at 3 p.m. and 7 p.m, and you can book now at Tixa or AfriForum Theatre.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, as we prepare to wrap up this Thursday's edition of The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, we're focusing on Momentum Thursdays, our journey to success, and we're looking at business risk and interruption. And is back in studio. Rudolph Brits joins us, Chief Actuary at Momentum Insure. How are you doing?
Good, thanks, and you, Bridget. Thanks for having me.
Listen, I'm glad you are back. Let's talk about business disruption, because it doesn't always stem from major disasters. I think a lot of people think a major event needs to happen, but not necessarily so.
No, that's true, Bridget. I think the big thing that we've seen, businesses get disrupted by small things. You know, if I can use an example, if your delivery vehicle is broken suddenly, now your product can't get to your customer, things stand still, your customer gets irate, and you need to make a plan. And invariably, the plan you make will cost you money. You know, you will either have to give that product away for cheaper, so you lose out on your profit margin, or you need to rent a vehicle to get the product out to where it has to go. So anything like that, so any lack of maintenance of the machinery you use, or if the building that you're occupying is suddenly in a state, anything like that can have a knock-on impact on a business.
Absolutely. And I mean, living in the country that we live in, as you allude, infrastructure challenges could be a thing. But we've also seen in certain provinces, Eastern Cape, KZN, where climate and environmental volatility and changes can impact businesses and disrupt businesses for long periods at a time. So why should folks be concerned about the everyday disruptions and risks, as well as those unforeseen environmental impacts?
Yes, Bridget, it's not a pretty story always. So if you just add a few things together, we currently sit with, because of the rise in oil prices, fuel pricing is going up, and we're expecting inflation at some point to happen. In South Africa, we sit with unemployment.
Yeah.
And not a month ago, so there were riots, and the people were upset, understandably so, about the situation of our economy. That coupled with the fact that infrastructure is not maintained well. So we're sitting with water trouble here in Joburg. We're sitting with electricity that's from time to time not working, and then roads not working well. And on top of that, add climate change. So the frequency and the severity of of storms is just increasing, and all of that put together makes it quite a difficult situation for businesses to operate in.
Now, that then speaks to businesses being affected far beyond maybe their projections, far beyond the immediate inconvenience, right? How do we mitigate that? How do we plan for that?
Yeah. So I think importantly that when planning for this, that business owners think a bit wider than what they usually would. You know, I always say business owners, you must take your hat off because they're really optimists and they want to make it work. And that for that reason, they may not often look at the risks and the downside. But in this case, it's important that you at least consider what will happen to your business if one of these things go wrong, and have a backup plan. You know, not everything can be backed up, but those that can, have a backup plan, and it will make a lot of sense. And then as a last resort, try and ensure the things that you cannot have a backup plan for.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with Rudolph on the other side. We're going to get into perhaps what should be that backup plan consideration. What should you be thinking about? And of course, in terms of insurance then, you know, what is out there? What is the consideration for business insurance and risk management? It's 10 to 3 o'clock. A quick break and then we come back.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation.
Did you know you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home at your own time, from your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba to Inyaga Nyaga, Okni Snorkni, and of course box sets of Isidingo The Need and other soapies for binge watching? Is it the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for? Well, we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, you can simply send an email to contentsales@sabc.co.za.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
So perhaps before we even get to our backup plan and our insurance needs, right, in terms of what we spoke about, climate changes, for instance, infrastructure strain, economic pressures, all of these factors that come into play in disrupting businesses and that are becoming more common, it's also becoming more costly. And I wonder if there's data that speaks to, on average now, what those factors cost businesses, whether by way of percentage or not, that people have foreseen or haven't foreseen.
Yeah, I think unforeseen expenses definitely is on the rise. We can see insurance costs is increasing and increasing more than inflation. So you may recall, I think last month's CPI was 5% year-on-year increase. Insurance cost increases more than that. And it's because these things are evident and they play out more regularly than what our models had predicted a year or two ago. And because of that, you need to keep track and you need to have insurance cost goes up. And my expectation is the unintended costs in a business, the pot of money you need to put away for the rainy day is also increasing at roughly the same amount.
Sure. Now, I would venture to think that the catch-22, Rudolph, based on also our personal behaviors, when we are financially constrained and financially pressured, the first things to go are the insurance cover.
Absolutely.
Would it be the same in business?
I think so. I think businesses are under pressure. Margins are thin. The economy is struggling. So the moment that you're getting under pressure and you're struggling to, for example, make salary payments or just cover the really, really basic things that need to be covered for a business, you start making a plan. And I think the first thing to go is the risk part of your business. Because risk is often misunderstood for money that you put away that never gets used. But the day that you really need it, that day you really, really need it. And
sure.
It's needed.
It's too late.
Yes.
It's too late if you let it go or downscaled it or streamlined it. So what do people need to think about when they think about that backup and then when they think about the insurance element?
So like I said, a plan is important. Sometimes it's good. Look, as an owner of a business, you probably understand your business the best, right? So you'd be able to say, what are you really dependent on? What's absolutely critical to have, and what can you live without for a short while? That's maybe a first and a good starting point. But you must also admit that you are the owner and you're in deep in this business. And it may be valuable to get independent advice. And in that case, I'd say an independent financial advisor that can help you understand your short-term risks, so your physical risks in this business, be that due to the building or the property or the vehicles or anything that's really affecting your business. These people are skilled at helping you craft a good plan. Then you have a backup plan. They can also help you to say there's insurance available, but sometimes not the whole bouquet is for you. And we can structure that and tailor it to specifically this business and the needs of this place.
As we wrap up our conversation, practical steps that maybe business owners can take that speak to resilience before any kind of disruption actually happens.
Yeah. Practical steps, I think South Africans are good at that, right? So we know how to put in place a backup power system or a backup water. We can make a plan. I would just caution business owners, remember that you've made this plan maybe 2-3 years ago. That same plan needs to be serviced. It's costly. So just be careful that the plans that you put in place doesn't become the risks of the future. And make sure that you put in place a good financial plan with objective advice to make sure that you get the best out of this.
Is it, I'm sneaking in one last one, small business owners, I'm starting up, I'm a moms and pops something, and I'm hearing you, I'm hearing what you're saying. But at the same time, I'm countering you by saying, I'm just starting out. I'm a small business. I haven't even broke even yet, and you want me to take on more expense for the in case.
No, sure, I understand that. In that case, I'd say just be in this with your eyes open and understand. If you don't do this, you take on way more risk than what you may be thinking. And just if you understand that and you can live with that for a short while you get up on your feet, then that's okay. But in the medium to long term, you would have to put in place your backup plans and make sure that you can survive some of these blips.
Rudolph, always a pleasure. Thank you for the great advice. That was Momentum Thursdays. That's where we leave it for today as we journey to success. Hopefully you got some advice. By the way, you can rewind back on some of our conversations with Momentum via our podcast on SAfm.co.za, as well as any of the conversations that we have on this show and other shows. We are going to make way for Ashraf and his team to come through on the National Pulse. Why do I get the feeling our earlier conversation with Sbahle Mota is going to preoccupy a lot of your engagement today with that legal mind, Ramsamy, who was giving her rebuttal testimony today to what Advocate Andrea Johnson presented over the last 6 days. And a lot of people have been using words like explosive, damning, definitely going to bury her. But we'll wait and see. They have issued it was not a summons or a subpoena, but a notice for Andrea Johnson to return back to the commission to then answer on what Ransamy has said today. We'll leave it there. We'll see you tomorrow, Friday, as we kekeleza and close out the week that was and begin a brand new month. No, it doesn't begin tomorrow. It ends tomorrow. Hey, what a perfect month. Actually, it ends on a Friday. How fantastic. It's been a long July. So we're going to wrap up July tomorrow with you. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Thank you to Bridget and the team on the top stories. Seiso Mohai appointed PIC board chairperson, and UEFA holds an urgent meeting today. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. His appointment follows the immediate departure of Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo last week. Masondo's resignation is said to have been prompted by his strained relations with his boss, Minister Enoch Godongwana, and the now suspended PIC CEO Patrick Dlamini. Minister and the presidency Kumbutso Nchabeni.
What informed the appointment of Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to lead the PIC? In terms of the PIC Act, the chairperson of the PIC can be a Deputy Minister of Finance, or if it's a Deputy Minister of Finance, they must be appointed by the Minister of Finance, but in consultation with Cabinet, any other Deputy Minister from the economic cluster can be appointed. Deputy Minister Seiso Mohai is a Deputy Minister within the economic cluster, and so therefore it's in line with the provision of the PIC Act.
The Madlanga Commission has played an audio recording in which former IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson allegedly tells state advocate Trushanta Ramsamy to leave the country if the commission calls her to testify. Ramsamy, who is testifying before the commission today, has been giving evidence about allegations that Johnson flouted legal processes during IDEC investigations. In the recording, Johnson is also heard expressing concern about the commission's line of questioning and its scrutiny of the unit's understanding of the law.
If they call you, you leave the country.
Okay. Oh God. Okay.
It's not what you know.
Okay. No.
Today I didn't know Section 28. I didn't know Section 27. I know nothing. I'm as dumb as 2 bricks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Police in Limpopo have arrested more than 50 undocumented immigrants during a multidisciplinary operation in Louis Trichardt and surrounding areas today. Police spokesperson Hlulani Mashaba says those arrested are being processed before being taken to the Musina Repatriation Center for deportation. Mashaba says the SAPS's Operation Chanela forms part of ongoing efforts to combat illegal immigration and other crimes.
We have also managed to arrest a huge number of undocumented foreign
nationals in the CBD alone. So this is the work that the police have been conducting in recent times, especially after the March and March, the anti-immigration sentiment that we have seen in this province. So we've been working very hard to ensure that those that are undocumented, they are arrested and they are deported back to their country of origin.
The High Court in Johannesburg has heard that accused number 1, Musa Kekana, was allegedly severely tortured by police on the day of his arrest in the trial involving Vusimuzi Ketmatlala and his 4 co-accused. The allegation was made by Kekana's attorney Rian Kissing during the cross-examination of Captain Phimisa Khobela in a trial within a trial. Kekana, Vusimuzi Ketmatlala, his wife Tsakani Tia Khomabusela and Tabiseng Nzama face multiple charges linked to the alleged attempted murders of businessman Josie Banyoni, socialite Tebogo Tobejane, and music producer Sienki Mokubong. Kissing put it to Sekhobela that Kekana's rights were severely violated by police during his arrest.
I'm further instructed that accused number 1 was severely tortured to such an extent that he started coughing uncontrollably and coughed up blood. It is my further instructions that any discoveries allegedly made and or evidence obtained and or utterances allegedly made by accused number 1 were made as a result of the torture and serious violation of his rights.
Europe's football governing body UEFA is holding an emergency meeting today after criticizing FIFA's plans to sell a minority stake to private investors. Its president has suggested giving subsidiaries power to run events like the World Cup that could generate billions of dollars. SABC News correspondent William Denslow reports from Brussels.
This UEFA emergency meeting, an opportunity for its members to get on the same page in reaction to this bombshell FIFA announcement that could give subsidies, minority stakeholders a control to a degree on future FIFA tournaments, including the World Cup. FIFA's president Gianni Infantino says that this could recoup billions of dollars for FIFA's members in the future. There has been serious criticism, including from the UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham. He says that the World Cup is the world's greatest sporting event and it's no one's right to sell it. William Denslow, SABC News, Brussels.
Recapping the top story, Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister and the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. I am Ondilambana for SAFM News. Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Peter Kotze shines at Glasgow Commonwealth Games. Hunt bemoans Stelli's players' exodus on the eve of the season kick-off, and McDonald hints at Stokes' fairy tale return. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So I'll tell you what, whenever I bump into people, it's just great when they greet me, they would use the word pulse in the conversation. And very often it is like, hey, you're on the pulse. The truth is, not only am I on the pulse, in fact, you're on the pulse. If you listen to the show, then you and I both are on the pulse in terms of understanding the biggest issues in the nation and globally as well. So welcome to the show. My name is Ashraf Garda. 3 hours of being on the pulse here on the National Pulse starting now. 086 000 2032 to call in when we open those lines. But you can WhatsApp will bank those reactions right away. In fact, 0614 104 107. That's voice note or text. And you know the story. You can follow us on the X platform. Follow SAfmRadio, follow me, Ashraf Garda, the same on Facebook too, and add your comments. And I can tell you now, there's lots of things happening, but the Madlanga Commission and the testimony of Drushanta Ramsamy may well get your reaction. I'll be surprised if it doesn't. And before that, Julius Malema, the leader of the ANC, the leader of the EFF, speaking to the media. So let's do this. Let's get to him next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Head to Dis-Chem for your best winter buys. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy bulk savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card to save 108 Rand on 5 packs of Always Maxi Dreams 18-pack pads. Now only 166 Rand 49. Plus buy 2 Organics 1-liter shampoos or conditioners for only 144 Rand. Save 55 Rand. Valid until 9 August at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
One generation watched him walk to freedom.
Heroic sacrifices have made it possible for me to be here today.
Another grew up under his presidency.
I accordingly declare Mr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
Today's generation inherits
The
history.
union building, there is a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds. It's actually quite amazing to see.
This Mandela man. Generations meet through stories, memories, and conversations on SAFM.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so we'll get you an update on the goings-on of the Madlanga Commission just now. But let's start with Julius Malema, who addressed the media today on a range of issues, yes, including Andrea Johnson, of course, right? So first things first, let's then get to that. We're going to play some clips, right? What does he say about the Madlanga Commission?
The EFF calls on all South Africans to resist the urge to succumb to juvenile and politically motivated insinuations drawn from the work of the Commission, which are not rooted in any evidence or fact. Despite all attempts to cast doubt over the organization and its leadership, there's been no evidence that ties the EFF to any wrongdoing, and this is a fact we remain proud of. We encourage the Commission and its evidence leaders to rely on evidence and drawn from verifiable and credible processes of the law and legal institutions. Tabloid journalism and speculations by media outlets who have proven vendettas do not constitute evidence, and the use of news articles as evidence by such credible commission only serves to undermine the credibility of the process and turn the commission itself into a weapon of propaganda.
And then, of course, we know that the testimony of Advocate Andrea Johnson has dominated the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission for the past week or so, and we all have thoughts on that. But what does Julius Malema make of it?
I've not followed Johnson's appearance in Madlanga. I've got no such a privilege, unfortunately. I was one of the ground forces that organized the rally of the EFF in Thohoyandou. And if you know what it means to organize, you have no such a privilege to sit down and watch a television and proceedings. So I will, maybe some officials have watched will be able to give a commentary on that, but I didn't see it, unfortunately. And then I came back from Thohoyandou. I had to deal with funeral. So I come directly from preparing funeral to this podium. Again, I had no privilege of watching. So I will make time when, I don't know when, because it's going to become more and more busy now. And that's what we are obsessed with now, running a well-oiled machine towards victory on the 4th of November. So I'm unable to make that comparison. But even if I'd watched, I was not going to be in a position to give a comment, as it were, because the ad hoc committee is at an end. It's writing a report. So I can't give views here and go and give views in the other committee, especially when we do the final report. I think, if I'm not wrong, we have a meeting tomorrow or today, next Wednesday, to give a final report. And my views will be expressed as it were. My comparison to Winnie Mandela, it was in relation to what she presented at the other committee. The other committee and Madlanga Commission are not the same thing. And they don't use the same style of investigation, the same style of interrogation. She might have impressed me at that other committee and impressed me in the Madlanga Commission. I don't know. Or in the Madlanga Commission, she might have said things that were not put forward in the other committee. And therefore, to compare the two will actually be unreasonable. The reality of the situation is that you are going to have two reports. There's going to be Madlanga Commission report and there's going to be other committee report. They may not say the same thing. They may say the same thing. So they all depend on the facts that were presented and the evidence that was presented before the two.
Interesting about, Malema commenting about Andrea Johnson, and they may say two different things. But the other part, like, he hasn't had time to follow the commission. Does that not surprise you in his position, not having the time, not to watch wall-to-wall coverage, but certainly key moments, highlights? They're available everywhere, surprisingly. However, he does have a view on the Western Cape High Court ruling on the impeachment issue around President Ramaphosa, and he describes it, keywords here, deeply concerning.
The Constitutional Court, in the judgment concerning the EFF challenge relating to the Section 89 vote on Phala, dealt with the constitutional framework surrounding the parliamentary processes. The EFF, therefore, regards the recent decision of the Western Cape High Court as deeply concerning. The majority of the full bench granted President Ramaphosa an interim interdict preventing Parliament's Section 89 impeachment committee from proceeding with its public hearings pending the determination of his review application. One of the three judges, Judge Francis, rightly dissented and found that Ramaphosa had no sufficient basis for the interdict. Our concern goes beyond the fact that the judiciary has ruled against the EFF. Our concern is that the judgment potentially establishes a dangerous principle whereby a court can interrupt a parliamentary accountability process that flows from constitutional proceedings before Parliament has completed its work. The EFF's position is that the majority judgment does not adequately explain the High Court's jurisdiction to interdict a process flowing directly from the Constitutional Court's order. It also does not sufficiently demonstrate the imminent and irreparable harm that President Ramaphosa will suffer if Parliament were allowed to perform its constitutional responsibility. If the executive can approach a court and suspend parliamentary accountability simply because the president does not want to face an impeachment inquiry, we must ask what happens to the principle of separation of powers and the constitutional authority of Parliament.
And there's more, right? So from DP concerning around Ramaphosa, he then has a view regarding Treasury and the municipalities. And in fact, it's like Treasury's decision to withhold the July municipal equitable share funds from 69 municipalities will punish. Well, here's the answer.
We are equally concerned about the National Treasury's decision to withhold the July 2026 equitable share transfers from municipalities. National Treasury temporarily withheld transfers from 69 municipalities, citing persistent non-compliance with financial legislation and failures relating to the management of public funds. Treasury has subsequently announced the release of the remaining July transfers to 49 of the affected municipalities. The EFF does not support corruption, financial misconduct, or reckless management of public money. However, Treasury cannot use the people of a municipality as a collateral damage in a fight with incompetent municipal administrations. When Treasury withholds equitable share funds, the consequences fall on the grandmother who needs water, the child who needs sanitation, the unemployed person who depends on municipal services, and the municipality that already lives under conditions of deprivation. Instead, government must intervene directly, recover stolen money and wasted funds, remove corrupt officials, strengthen municipal administration, and ensure that the money reaches the services for which it is intended. This brings us directly to the EFF long-standing criticism of the current equitable share model. The present model is fundamentally inadequate because it does not sufficiently account for the enormous responsibility placed on municipalities, particularly municipalities serving poor, rural, and historically disadvantaged communities.
And then finally, regarding Malema, he spoke about Feroz Khan, a man in the news, and this is what he said about him.
I never get an opportunity to interact with Khan. I know Khan, and I've already made it very clear, I know Khan. He was shot, and then we were told he's in a hospital, he can't speak and all of that, and I left it at that. If any call which I made was to Mohammed, you see, said that the mention was talking to Khan in the WhatsApps. That's the man I called. I said, what's happening? Did they really shoot this guy, or what is the story? Because others say he was shot, others say he was not shot. No, he said, hey brother, he was shot, that guy. He's in a hospital. How did they shoot him on the leg? He says, no, they didn't shoot him on the leg. They shot him on the chest or something. But I had your information when I was speaking to Mohammed. And Mohammed had a clear, elaborate information of what happened and so on and so forth. And I left it there. Because I couldn't go and see him. I can't call him. I can't do anything until Madlanga has done his work. If there's anything wrong that Khan has done, the Madlanga Commission must take him on. It's wrong for that young man of MK to say, I prevented Khan from coming to the other committee. I never did that. I asked the question, on which basis are we calling Khan? Whoever said we must call Khan should have given the reasons why. Because I had no reason to call Khan. So I shouldn't ask you a question when you say, let's call Khan, and I ask you, why? Why should you call Khan? Foolish as they are, they can't reason. They keep quiet. They run away. They don't say anything. And then Khan doesn't get called. They blame it on me, as if I was running the committee alone.
Right, there we are. I have no doubt you will react. So what is your reaction to Julius Malema's pronouncement? So we can't play every clip, but I mean, this gives you a good overview. What's your reaction in terms of what he said and what he didn't say? So, yeah, WhatsApp right away. We'll bank it, 0614 104 107. And if that's not enough in terms of compelling listening, we'll pick out some key moments from today's testimony at the Madlanga Commission.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
Right, OUTsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises. It's tested when it's time to claim. Now, the Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in the 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Now, the big question is, well, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? OUTsurance delivers when it's time to claim, so why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 08600 60 000 or visit outsurance.coza today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and further information available online.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, well, one, you can give me your comments about what Malema said, the actual words, what he said, what he didn't say. And also, if you want to pick up on his tone, and I was telling the team here that, often when he's fiery, he comes across strong with strong views, and there's an understated tone, like a very chill tone that I pick up. But I mean, that's just what I pick up. You can give me your own thoughts on this issue anyway, right? Let's do this. Let's get reaction from you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I must say up front that I'm a very fan of Julius Malema. I like his politics. And I can tell you now that for once to understand that man, you need some political literacy. You also need some critical thinking. And obviously, a high IQ also is needed to understand that man. That man is not a ordinary politician. Those Mbalulas, those Guademantashes, no. That one is someone else. It doesn't matter how many times he explains himself. People choose not to understand him. But we understand him. Bob, Cape Town.
You must have a high IQ to understand Malema. Okay. I'll leave you to that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Emmanuel Mdoro in Durban. I am waiting to see Julius Malema before Madlanga Commission, because his name has been appearing now and again in Madlanga Commission. So I am waiting to see him answering questions. Thank you.
You are waiting. He seems pretty understated based upon what he just said, but you are waiting, and I hear that. Right, this one's important too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf Umzo, a Cape Town, the Uber driver. Ashraf, no, my brother. Oh, Mama Johnson, no. She must be arrested. Ashraf. Or either today or tomorrow, but no, that Madlanga, they must arrest Mama Johnson, because obvious she is a flight risk. Yo, brother. Thank you, Mzo, Cape Town.
Okay, there we are, the Uber driver from Cape Town, and there's more.
Ashraf and the SAFM listener, this Julius Malema. This guy is a very lucky person. He's insulting the people, saying this. Tomorrow, he's changing the voice, the words, saying this. Then he's still being covered by the media until he finish, until he gets satisfied. I don't know, actually, what is he using this guy to charm in? So a lot of people, and all of them, they listen. We all of us listening to what he's saying.
Okay, there's another I can pick up. Here we are.
After Ashraf, I'm Sweden. What Malema can bark all he wants. Either way, Ramaphosa will get it his way in terms of this impeachment case, because the Concord may send back the appeal to the lower courts and may even rule against the agents of the matter. By the time the courts gets to the merits of the appeal, September will be around the corner, on which the report shall be reviewed by the Western Cape High Court, which is what Ramaphosa had gone to court to ask for. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. And I expect reaction from you, but let's get to the Madlanga Commission next.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, so away from Julius Malema doesn't mean it's away from the Madlanga Commission. So today we know all about Andrea Johnson and her position, but moving on from today, we've had situations where now I understand Johnson would need to respond to claims raised by the state prosecutor attached to IDAC, and that's Drushanta Ramsamy. The commission chair, Justice Madlanga, said the commission had received in a statement that seriously implicates Johnson in matters not previously canvassed. Now, during the proceedings, Drushanta Ramsamy replayed a recorded cell phone conversation. Just hear this.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but they asked me for the name of every person who's dealt with the matter.
No, it's fine. I don't even know what's happening. I'll be very honest with you. I stopped watching because we are so busy with preparation for blue lights that I just don't have the time to listen.
And don't watch because it will really, if they call you, you leave the country.
Okay. Oh God. Okay.
It's not what you know.
Okay. No.
I didn't know Section 28. I didn't know Section 27. I know nothing. I'm as dumb as two bricks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But it's okay because, you know what?
Okay, so there we are. Lots coming out of that, including, if they come for you, they call you, you must go overseas. And I'm sure you're going to comment about that too. But let's get to find out what's happening in the world, because the world's changing at the pace of one story per minute, right? Here's the news headlines with Onjala Mbana.
Ashraf on the news headlines. Speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection as more revenue authorities turn to digital technologies and AI to drive tax compliance. Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board, and 15 elephants found dead near Kenya's Amboseli National Park are suspected to have been poisoned. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy. Away from the serious news of current affairs and the build-up to elections and everything else, there's a thing called sport on the go. What do you want to talk about?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, it seems like Team SA is doing absolutely great at the Commonwealth Games, specifically in the swimming pool, because South African swimming sensation Peter Kutzer set a new Commonwealth Games and African record in the men's 100-meter backstroke last night. The 22-year-old has now completed a clean sweep of the backstroke event at the 2026 Games in Glasgow. His gold in the 100-meter adds to the titles that he won in the 50-meter and 200-meter earlier in the competition. And in the 100-meter final, Kutzer touched the wall in 51.77 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's a good feeling. I didn't really know what kind of form everyone else would be in coming into the meet, but after one or two races, I knew it was going to be possible, and I knew I was on form. So to pull it off and to remain focused until the end is awesome. I say till the end, but there's still one more race. So, but yeah, so far there's nothing I can complain about.
Big congratulations to him and the team. We're always seeing Team Swimming SA doing well at the Commonwealth Games. In terms of football, Stellenbosch FC coach Gavin Hunt has lamented the player exodus at the club ahead of the new Betway Premiership season, which kicks off this Saturday. Stellies have parted ways with a handful of players, including the likes of Thabo Moloi-Sane, Ibrahim Jabbar, Mteteleni Mtiani, and Omega Mdaka, and just yesterday confirmed the departure of Tapelo Mugobodi to Orlando Pirates. And Hunt says that this makes things very difficult for him and has confirmed that they're about to lose another player.
Well, you say that, but obviously we've had the same situation because obviously, as you know, a lot of players have left. And we haven't, we brought in quite a few players, but it needs time to settle down. And obviously, as we talk now, right now, as I'm talking, my phone is going, another player's gone. So, he's gone to Pirates. So, he's done 6 weeks with us, now he's left 2 days before a game. So that's what happens.
Elsewhere, CAF says that it will discuss FIFA's proposed FIFA Forward Enterprise Initiative at an executive committee meeting next week. The plan aims to raise more than $10 billion by selling a part of FIFA's commercial rights to private investors, with each member association set to receive $40 million over the next 4 years. The proposal has faced criticism after FIFA announced it before consulting its member association. In terms of rugby, Blesbok coach Philip Snyman will take up a senior role on the new Ultimate Sevens Championship circuit, becoming head coach of Clan Tehran. The inaugural tournament kicks off in Madrid on the 5th of September before moving to Cardiff, Biarritz and London. And Snyman departs having guided South Africa to back-to-back Sevens world titles and an Olympic bronze in Paris. In cricket, Australia coach Andrew McDonald believes that Ben Stokes still has plenty to offer and says that England's incoming test coach should try to lure him out of retirement for next year's Ashes. Stokes shocked the cricket world by retiring during the New Zealand series in June, but continues to play domestically for Durham at the age of 35, and McDonald suggested his return would be perfect or a perfect storyline to build hype for the Ashes, describing him as having a lot of good cricket left. England's coaching shake-up has been Brendan McCullum departing, with reports linking Stephen Fleming to the role, and McDonald says that the new coach could have a crucial conversation with Stokes, leaving open the possibility of a comeback. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay, thanks for that, Jimmy. It's quite interesting. I know with the World Cup ending, you'd expect a longer break between the World Cup ending and the PSL season starting again. And it just seems like we haven't even taken a breath. And suddenly they're all at it. Many of the other leagues, I think at least 2 or 3 weeks later. I just wonder about that.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right, more we're going to talk about coming up shortly. An update on the Senzo Meyiwa trial, and then news of a multi-million rand vehicle licensing syndicate. Goodness, these issues just do not go away. But for now, we played the clip and it sort of got cut short halfway through regarding the conversation of Andrea Johnson together with Drushanta Ramsamy, right? And that clip itself was played out at the commission today. So let's listen to this again.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but they asked me for the name of every person who's dealt with the matter.
No, it's fine. I don't even know what's happening. I'll be very honest with you. I stopped watching because we are so busy with preparation for blue lights that I just don't have the time to listen.
And don't watch, because it will really, if they call you, you leave the country.
Okay. Oh God. Okay.
It's not what you know.
Okay. No.
I didn't know Section 28. I didn't know Section 27. I know nothing. I'm as dumb as two bricks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But it's okay because, you know what? Whether we like it or not, they're going to make our name anyway because you can just see. You know, especially when, remember he's a judge. You know, for him to make a comment, oh, well, this is basic law 101. I'm surprised you don't know it with your 30 years experience.
Oh, I don't even know what to say to that.
Exactly. And he's, you know, and he makes faces, they laugh with each other while you're still answering. It's so unprofessional.
Yeah, no, I don't want to go there.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what we're all going to do, but I'm going to talk to them quickly.
Okay, but ask him to check my emails from, it must have been around the 11th, 12th or 13th of December because I went on leave on the 14th of December. So it would have been the 11th, the 12th or the 13th of December.
But he would have had to speak to Fadil after Fadil gave us the 27th, remember?
Yeah. No, he's in.
And that was submitted as a testimony today, that conversation between Drushanta Ramsamy and effectively her boss, Andrea Johnson, who told her, they come for you, go overseas. Now, what do you make of that? Reaction, and there's lots, right? From Malema to Madlanga. I can't cope, I'm telling you now.
Yep, Ashraf, listening to Julius Malema, the guy is intellectually gifted, politically gifted as well. By listening to him, there's nothing wrong. It's just like political opponents try to butcher his name or his character. Yeah, we know that it's controversial, but on that case, he done nothing wrong. It's only Western Cape. Good show, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. But why do you say he's gifted? I'm being serious about it. Like, what is it that tells you that he's politically gifted and intellectually gifted?
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. You know, Ashraf, Julius Malema think we are all fools. He think we are fools like those he is fooling in his political party. Julius' relationship is much more than what he tells us with Khan. Even with Andrea Johnson. You know, we are not stupid. We see, we heard what was testified in the Madlama Commission. He must just present himself when they call him. Rudolph Whitman Mpumalanga.
Can you imagine if he's called up? What would that be like?
Ashraf, I'm just laughing listening to this so-called EFF leader, Malema. Why did he call that press conference? What was the reason? I'm trying to listen to him, but I don't hear the real reason why he called that press conference. I don't know, guy.
Well, look, it's a good question. Why would you normally have a press conference? Certainly in my space, not just as a talk show, but somebody who understands communications. You do that when you have an important announcement to make, which is a lot more than just a 5-line press release. A press release is one thing. An actual press statement conference expects Q&A and it's a lot longer. So why it would normally mean you have something really profound to say, something of significance that we don't quite know about, or like a big statement to make. Did he do so?
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, and while you answer that question, did he make a statement of serious note, something very profound or not? Let's talk about get an update on the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial. So the former Bafana captain, late Bafana captain, in fact, Senzo Meyiwa's trial continues in the High Court in Pretoria. Senzo's mother, Intombi Futhi Meyiwa, attended proceedings today yesterday for the first time. And says she wants justice for her son, right? She was speaking outside the High Court in Pretoria as accused number 3. That's Ntombisi Ngube testified about his alleged involvement in Meyiwa's murder. Let's get up to date with what's happened with Lerato Makola, the SABC News reporter in Pretoria, on the beach on that story. Lerato, hi.
Good morning to the
good afternoon, rather, to the listeners. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Well, get us right up to date. I mean, maybe starting with that point about Miwa's mother coming, because I mean that alone is groundbreaking in terms of its symbolism, isn't it?
Well, yes, indeed, yesterday we saw for the very first time, Senzo Miwa's mother coming face to face with the man on trial for his son's murder. So Senzo's mother is Ntombifuthi Miwa, and she says that after 12 years, she still wants justice for her son. And she says that 12 years that have passed without getting justice for her son have been hard for her. It's painful. And when we talked to her outside the court yesterday, she mentioned that it was hard making the decision to come to court and face the accused for the very first time. And our reporter, senior reporter Crisalva Lewis, managed to secure an exclusive interview with her, and we sat with her down, and she told us that she's also here because of many questions still linked about what exactly happened to her son, and she still maintains that those inside the house when Senzo Miwa, her son, was killed, no more than they are letting up. So she believes that they should be called to testify, and maybe something will change. She believes that they know something. And we engaged with AfriForum's private prosecutions head, who believes that there is the mastermind behind Senzo Miwa's murder. So Advocate Nell sat down with us, and he says that he believes, rather, that there's a mastermind behind Senzo Miwa's murder, and he says he remains on a watching brief for the Miwa's family. So yesterday, it was the very first time we saw Senzo's mother coming face to face with the man on trial for her son's murder. But today, Thomas Ngobe continued with his testimony.
Okay, and then what happened today in terms of the testimony? Anything you'd like to share?
Toby Ngobe is accused number 3 in the trial, and while the state alleges that he is the gunman who shot Senzo Miwa. So today he's been asked by his legal counsel, he's been led into evidence by his legal counsel, Charles Nisim, and he was asked about the planning of the hit. So when he was asked about that, Ngobe denied the allegations that he planned the killing of Senzo Miwa at the Basotho hostel, because according to the state, the 5 accused started by planning the hit at Basotho hostel. So when he was asked about that, he denied the allegations, maintaining that he had no involvement in the planning or killing of Miwa. And he also mentioned that they showed him photographs, and he says that the person shown in photographs is dark in skin and he's light in complexion. So he says that the person shown in photographs or pointed by the witnesses during an identity parade is someone different, totally different from him. And he mentioned that he argued rather that he questioned the court on why Kelly Khumalo has not yet testified. He believes that the people who were inside when the incident occurred should also come and testify. So he's currently testifying at the High Court in Pretoria.
Okay, and what happens next?
Well, now it's tricky because now the focus is on accused number 3, Toby Ngobe. And then as the trial continues, they're going to focus on accused number 4, so that he can also testify about his alleged involvement in the murder. And then again, it's going to be accused number 5. But for now, the focus is on accused number 3. And the defense counsel, Charles Smith, is still going to call his witnesses to testify on behalf of accused number 3 to support his testimony. So since Ngobe is denying, he said that he had no involvement in the planning or killing of Miwa. So defense counsel Charles Smith is expected to call his witnesses, but he mentioned that he's still engaging with his witnesses on behalf of accused number 3. So he mentioned that maybe he might start next week. So now the focus is on accused number 3. So defense counsel is going to call witnesses, and then after that, they're going to focus on accused number 4.
Okay, and that's where we're going to leave it. Appreciate your input, Lerato Makolo, who's been covering That story from Pretoria.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
How convincing has Malema been in making the point that neither himself or his party have been directly implicated in any of the testimony at the Madlanga Commission?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Ashraf. No, Ashraf, Julius is just thinking that we are kids. He's just playing with us. He knows exactly the truth. And I'm happy about the lady who came today to testify. And I'm so happy about that Advocate Johnson. She'll come back very soon. And she must face prison once and for all. Thank you. Bye.
Well, if it's her, I think what's very clear is it can't be one, can it? There's clearly a lot more people.
The Ashraf, remember that the EFF supported Mkhwebane when she went to court to interdict Parliament, not to impeach her. The EFF were supporting her, but unfortunately Mkhwebane lost. Now they say that Ramaphosa, when he goes to court for an interdict, they say the court must not interfere with the work of Parliament. They are talking a hogwash, and they have double standards, and they are hypocrisy. Thanks. This is Mike in Moose.
Thank you for that, Mike. Mike's got a full analysis of all these things, like many others too, in fact.
Hello, Ashraf. How are you, my brother? I'm James Miller from Bloemfontein. You know, my brother, was listening carefully to what Julius is saying. I am waiting to see Julius at the Madlanga Commission. You know, if everything is rotten, I will never say I'm done it. I will try by all means to defend me, but I'm ready to see him at the Madlanga Commission. Thanks, James Miller from Bloemfontein.
You are ready to see him at the Madlanga Commission. In fact, would you forget about, there's the law, but would you like to see Malema at the Madlanga Commission?
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's George in KZN. Ashraf, if you followed Malema and his press conferences, you know that he's always shouting and boasting and beating his chest. You know, the tone was totally different today. You know why? It's because he knows that Madlanga has Pharaoh's Khan's gadgets. He knows there are messages there that are going to humble him. That is why there was no posting today. What a beautiful watch.
Well, I did say, and said so earlier, he was very chilled, isn't it? It's very cool and chilled, understated. At a press conference? That's not Malema. When you set up a presser, he comes very prepared, he's very articulate, he's very forceful, and he makes his points and he pushes it through. He didn't quite do that today, did he?
Ashraf, Andrea Johnson is finished. Finished.
That's it. Quick one. Finished. Like finish and clear. Okay.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. Hashtag SASSA Cares.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
We want to see that Baba Mandela leaves us with a legacy that we shall forever treasure. He's already got that stature which really charms anyone, and I think it charms the ladies even more.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
You know, we've been having these, we've been calling out for you to, in the future we call My City, My Concern, whatever it is that troubles you. And we'll see if we can help you. If nothing else, to put the issue on the agenda, number one. And beyond that, at least to hopefully get a response. So we've got that today with Zainab Abu, who's in fact raised some concerns around City Power. And we're going to talk to her and we'll talk to them as well around 10 to 5. So, listen out for that. In the meantime, here's another issue that should concern you. Authorities have arrested a suspected member of a multi-million rand vehicle licensing cartel. When is this going to stop? That's just my words, by the way. Accused of fraudulently renewing vehicle licenses through the National Traffic Information System. That's NATIS, right? In fact, let's find out more about it with Simon Zwane, who's the RTMC spokesperson. Simon, as always, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us, Ashraf.
Thank you. Another day, another big concern. What's the story here? Tell me more.
His story here. It's a matter that we've been dealing with for a couple of years now. Originally, we noticed it around 2021 when there were break-ins at post offices and the computers were stolen. Thereafter, we started to see fraudulent activities on the platform, but using the credentials of South African Post Office staff members. He then graduated into using credentials of the Gauteng Department of Transport employees in different DLTCs. Now, investigations would always reveal that, the person whose credentials were used would either be absent in that week or on leave, and sometimes the transactions will be done on their credentials after hours when they were not at work. We've always struggled to pin down, but we managed to identify companies that had benefited. So you'd remember in 2024, we conducted raids in a number of companies. There was a bus company around Pretoria here. We went also to some fleet truck company in Mpumalanga, and other companies also we served not summoned them to pay the monies. Some paid, acknowledged the debt, some didn't. Because what these boys do, once they get into the system, they've acquired the passwords and credentials of some of the corrupt employees inside. They then would go in and dump the fees. The dumping of fees is that if you are owing, say you had 10 vehicles that you have to renew, they take those fees, including the penalties, dump them into a fictitious company or in the name of some deceased person, as if the person was the one owning the vehicles at the time. And then ownership gets chased back to the original owner, who now is able to renew vehicle discs without paying those penalties.
So what has been the implications of that to the entire system? I mean, the credibility of the licensing system and the checks and balances that then appear to have collapsed.
No, the implications have been massive in terms of loss of revenue to the state. That's why the system itself, we have been improving it to now introduce the biometric systems to be able to ensure that people can't deny that I was on leave and these are not my credentials, because that was always the excuse that no, somebody else might have broken to the system and used my credentials, when in fact it's now emerging that they were selling those credentials. I mean, in the Val for the Bill Park, there were about I think 5 registering authority employees that were charged criminally, and there's still some disciplinary cases going because they were selling their credentials. I think the high-profile case was the case of the son of the mayor, who also, on his credentials, 23 million rand of transactions were conducted, and he claimed that he was not
Okay, so just to confirm, then people have been charged. How many? And I suppose haven't appeared in court, so there's no names at this point in time, right?
Yeah, there are people internally who have been charged because their credentials were used by the criminal syndicates. But all the time, we've always struggled to identify the syndicate itself until this week, when we're able now to get the syndicate, get into his premises and be able to see how he conducts this illicit business, and then was arrested.
Okay, what's going to happen next? Because I mean, the jar has been open in this case, right?
Yeah, he's going to go into court. I think he's going to court for the first appearance tomorrow. Then he will be charged and go, and then we will then be following up on the other syndicate members, because we know them. We know where they are in the south of Gauteng. Those must also be identified and be charged, so they face the consequences.
Just a last thought. I mean, any thoughts you want to tell me about digital security? If people are able to hack into systems, it's an ongoing story.
No, people shouldn't be concerned that it's not a hack. This was not a hack. It's an inside job with some corrupt officials inside the system, who have, some of whom have been identified, and they will also be facing consequences.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Thank you for your time, Simon Zwane, the RTMC, which is the RAN Vehicle Licensing Syndicate spokesperson. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Right. In fact, there's more to come, and I know there's more responses from you, and I'm looking at the comments from around the country, young and old, male, female, everybody has an opinion. 2 things, Julius Malema and the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission. Goodness, there's more own goals being scored here, or goals, depends which perspective you have, at the Commission, even today, than the World Cup. And I'm not being funny. It's the news at 4. Here's on Ndela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, taxpayer conference looks into AI used in tax compliance, and 15 elephants found dead in Kenya National Park. For SAFM News, I am Ndela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection as more revenue authorities turn to digital technologies and AI to drive tax compliance. They argue that there needs to be clarity around the legislative framework guiding the collection, use and storage of taxpayer data. The African Tax Administration Forum's Emeka Nwango says AI has been effective in helping revenue authorities to better understand taxpayer patterns. However, the legal frameworks must be clear.
What we have is really an oversight gap, and also, indeed, rules that have no moral compass. We don't know how to position or how to balance between data access and privacy, for instance, or between transparency and institutional secrecy. So the problem at the moment between technology and law is very much law. Legal experts are not sufficiently clear on the positioning that we need to have. Things cannot be a case-by-case basis. And so we need to have human rights protection that is adapted, reformed to fit with the current practices of the tax administration.
Cabinet has appointed Seiso Mohai as the new chairperson of the Public Investment Corporation Board. Mohai is the current minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation. His appointment follows the immediate departure of Deputy Finance Minister David Masondo last week. Masondo's resignation is said to have been prompted by his strained relations with his boss, Minister Inoko Dongwana, and the now suspended PIC CEO, Patrick Hlambini. Minister in the presidency, Kumbuzo Nchabeni.
What informed the appointment of Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to lead the PIC. In terms of the PIC Act, the chairperson of the PIC can be a Deputy Minister of Finance, or if it's a Deputy Minister of Finance, they must be appointed by the Minister of Finance, but in consultation with Cabinet, any other Deputy Minister from the economic cluster can be appointed. Deputy Minister Seiso Mohai is a Deputy Minister within the economic cluster. And so therefore it's in line with the provision of the PIC Act.
Accused number 3 in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Mthobisi Mncube, has questioned why Kelly Khumalo has not been called to the stand yet. Testifying in the High Court in Pretoria, Mncube argued that everyone who was inside the Foslorus home when Meyiwa was shot and killed should also have testified. The state alleges that Mncube was the gunman who shot Meyiwa during an alleged hit. 5 men are on trial for the murder of the former Bafana captain who was shot and killed in October 2014. Mncube says he knows nothing about what happened inside the house.
There was no witness, my lord, that came before the court and explained or gave evidence before the court that this is the reason why Kelly Khumalo killed Senzo. But it is said that it is myself that killed him. And Kelly Khumalo, my lord, was never called before the court to come and tell the court the reason why he killed Senzo.
Police in Limpopo have arrested more than 50 undocumented immigrants during a multidisciplinary operation in Louis Trechard and surrounding areas today. Police spokesperson Hlulani Mashaba says those arrested are being processed before being taken to the Musina Repatriation Center for deportation. Mashaba says the SAPS's Operation Chanela forms part of ongoing efforts to combat illegal immigration and other crimes.
We have also managed to arrest a huge number of undocumented foreign nationals in the CBD alone. So this is the work that the police have been conducting in recent times, especially after the March, the anti-immigration sentiment that we have seen in this province. So we've been working very hard to ensure that those that are undocumented, they are arrested and they are deported back to their country of origin.
15 elephants found dead near Kenya's Amboseli National Park are suspected to have been poisoned. The Kenya Wildlife Service says preliminary lab tests found cyanide in samples taken from the animals' carcasses. Authorities say investigations are continuing, but for the time being, wildlife officials have ruled out foul play. Joel Olenika is the chief warden at Amboseli.
So far, preliminary findings from the government chemist and the University of Nairobi indicate that there is a possibility that the 15 elephants may have raided farms which are in their neighboring communities and consume tomatoes which have cyanide poisons.
Recapping the top stories, speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayers' Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection as more revenue authorities turn to digital technologies and AI to drive tax compliance. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, SAFA closing in on finalising new Bafana coach and All Blacks to face South Africa's finest. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We start this afternoon in Joburg on the Mike 1 South, Parktown through to Boysons is all backed up. The N1 going south under pressure from just after Allendale, so around the Yatske Bridge into Buccleuch and then all the way down to the Willie Mandela off-ramp. That's a very busy start to the M1 South proceedings for this afternoon. If you're heading out to Hartbeespoort Dam, the 511 just by Xanadu is quite slow. Might be some roadworks going on out that side, but it is very slow that side of Hartbeespoort. Over into Durban, we've had some roadworks today down to single lane at Mshlanga, the N2. It looks like that is being corrected. That extra lane has now been opened, so a little bit slow, but not as heavy as it was. There is a breakdown on the N2 running north just past Spaghetti Junction, so the N3 from Sherwood into 4 level for a turn onto the N2 north is slow, and the N2 north backlogging from around about Booth Road Bridge. Looking okay, Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton on that section. Cape Town today, Marine Drive, off to a slow one as you queue towards the Boundary Road junction. That's Lagoon Beach. There's also been a crash in the middle of Newlands on Main Road at Campground Road. That's all quite heavy in that part of town. And there's been a crash on the N3 South at Kendall Road. That's the M3 just moving through Constantia. There is some backlogging traffic into that scene. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, there's been some concerns around City Power. We'll chat to Zainab Abu in terms of our, let's call it a citizen's eye on the citizen, in this case here, as part of our My City, My Concern feature coming up. And by the way, today, after the news at 5, we'll cross live to the media briefing by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, as well as the National Director of Public Prosecution. So it's a joint media briefing touching a range of issues, including the resignation of the former head of IDAC, Advocate Andrea Johnson. So that comes up after 5. Do not miss that. In fact, just at the moment, there's been some comments about Malema and his tone. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, SAFM listeners. Mr. Ashraf, I agree with you. The guy is guilty. The voice, the tone. Hey, Malema, the way he will deny you if he doesn't know you. But this time, I call the guy, I ask him, he was shot on leg. How he was shot on leg? You can sense the voice. The voice is guilty. The guy is guilty. Let us give him the opportunity to go to Madlanga or Carl to come to be cross-questioned, and then we'll understand Malema. Thanks, Ashraf. It's Nati in Boxburg.
Well,
Thanks.
Nati being perceptive. But Nati, just to be clear, whereas we agree on the tone is very un-Malema-like. Don't agree with me on guilty, because I never said he's guilty of anything. I just said his tone is very different to what we know Malema to be normally, particularly at a press conference, and it is very understated. But no, certainly I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying I've just detected a shift in tone. Right, let's touch, but listen, keep those calls coming, okay? There are other issues we're going to touch on, including a levy on plastic pollution, which we'll get to just now. But before that, there's another issue regarding the city of Tshwane, which we'll get to after this.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, here's another issue. But listen, as I talk to you, I think besides the media briefing coming up after 5, there's no question that the issue of Malema's press briefing and the Madlanga Commission are the biggest issues that drives the pulse today. So feel free to add your thoughts on that, but you can also continue adding on other things, whatever it is you want to get off your chest. In fact, I was at an event today, and someone made a point that was very interesting. Not South African, somebody from abroad who gave a talk, and he said South Africa is the only country where if you Google its population, it will come back in racially defined, numbers. So, white, black, Indian or Asian and colored is the only one. And it reflects just the differences. I mean, here's a question to you. Why was it? We know what happened in apartheid South Africa, but why was it done in democratic South Africa in the first place? It means, what's the end goal of maintaining those racially defined categories? And perhaps the answer is pretty sensible, but I'd love to hear from you on that. Now, let's get on to another issue. The DA has challenged the City of Tshwane's council's decision to place the city manager, Johan Matler, on precautionary suspension, arguing that the speaker, Nzwawana Nana, failed to provide a legal basis for disregarding councillors' votes during the process. Now, the Pretoria High Court in this case is considering, and this is the big issue, whether the Speaker's decision was lawful and whether the council resolution itself should stand. Judgment is expected after arguments. So let's find out more about it from someone who understands governance and the legality around that, Dr. Nimrod Mbele. Dr. Mbele, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. Thank you. Can you just give us some, first of all, context so we can understand what's at play here?
Well, I mean, the issue, first and foremost, is really about political contestation, which is defined body politic in the local government environment. We obviously picked up that, the speaker obviously had to carry motion regarding the suspension, precautionary suspension of the city manager. And there are two issues that, I'm afraid there are three possible scenarios around how we look at this issue. First and foremost, we understand that the courts had to deal with the principal question. One is that, does the application satisfy the legal requirements for agency? And number two, if the matter is urgent, was the Tshwane Council resolution to place the city manager, Johan, on precautionary suspension lawfully adopted, And these are two main questions. Obviously, we can't preempt what will emerge from court proceedings tomorrow. But as I looked at this issue, there are two possible scenarios scenario one is that the court could potentially find the matter not urgent. If the court agrees with the speaker and the council that the application does not meet threshold of urgency, it may remove the matter from the urgent role and direct it to ordinary courses. And this also has a few implications. One is that the council resolution placing the city manager, Johan Matler, on precautionary suspension would likely to remain in force until substantive legal challenges is heard. The other implication is that this would not amount to findings that council acted lawfully or the DA's case lacks merit. It will, in a way, simply mean the court was not persuaded that immediate judicial intervention was warranted. The other scenario, which is scenario two, that the court finds the matter urgent but upholds the council resolution to place Johan on precautionary suspension. If the court finds that the matter is urgent but concludes that the speaker acted within legal authority, correctly interpreted the council rules of order, and was entitled to disregard disputes, in terms of placing Johan on precautionary suspension. So this also had a different, implication. For an example, the court would, effectively confirm the procedural legality of council decision. Alternatively, the court may also look at the precautionary suspension that would ensure that it continues. So those are the two high-level scenarios that one could think about in terms of what is it that we can look at.
All right. Now, at its core, it's classic, council politics, right? Having said that, it always is a fallout to the people of that that city or a city or a town. So how does this impact on all of them? Because people in Tshwane look at service delivery.
Well, it is unfortunate that our body politic, especially the local government, has been marred. We've seen a similar situation in Ekurhuleni, Nelson Mandela, wherein frequent changes in political leadership, emotion of non-confidence and disputes, invariably these will affect the service delivery because as a suspension of a mayor, of a manager, city manager with executive powers, which does mean some key decisions that ought to be taken, unless, of course, there are clearly defined delegations of authority of which the second in command can execute. But it certainly would have adverse findings or adverse implications on the service delivery.
What happens next year? I mean, we know at that time a few weeks ago, and there were accusations about councillors staying away, and that obviously, effectively people seeing it as bringing the entire chamber into disrepute. What happens next on this process? Well,
and again, that's a matter that the court needs to make a determination on, because this also, in my head, looks at a possible another scenario, which looks at the court. Should the court finds the matter is urgent and set it aside, the council resolution placing Johan on precautionary suspension. The implication is that the resolution placing Johan on precautionary suspension could be set aside, depending on the terms of the court order. The other implication is that the court may order that the matter be deferred back to Tshwane Council reconsideration and in accordance with applicable legislation. And lastly, the ruling could establish important precedent on the limits of speakers' discretionary powers and legal consequences on procedural irregularities, because the matter is about fairness, it's about process that would have been followed. And it doesn't mean the case does not have merit. What needs to be tested in the court of law, it is the substantive nature of how the speaker take into account the suspension and upheld it.
Okay, point taken, point made. Appreciate your insights. In this case, governance expert Dr. Nimrod Mbele, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars is just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
In case you missed it.
Did you put your deputy under pressure to resign as the chair of that entity?
At the moment, I'm talking to you about the municipalities. The cabinet today will be dealing with some of these issues, and the minister in the presidency will deal with some of these issues. I'll also be dealing with them in the afternoon tomorrow.
But Minister, I have you on the line. I've got to take advantage of it.
You may have me on the line. You have me on the line for a different purpose, which was the municipality.
Finance Minister Inoko Dongwana.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
By the way, just talking about the city of Tshwane, the mayor of that city just tweeted a few minutes ago saying, on Wednesday we conducted a successful law enforcement operation in Nkangala. And this is the point. Over 10 fines were issued by the city's health department and we recorded the closure of non-registered spaza shops. We also arrested illegal foreigners that were found working in the spaza shops, and we inspected in partnership with the SAPS, Labour Department and Eskom. These operations are conducted with the purpose of giving effect to the city's informal traders and township economy bylaws. And there's more of that, but I mean, that's just the point in terms of work being done there, right? Okay, let's get on to another issue. South Africa's decades-old plastic bag levy has failed to curb pollution. Do you remember that levy came up? I think Mohammed Vali Musa was at the time the minister. And it came up, and the plan was, in fact, for us to use, bags, right? Non-plastic in this case here, ideally, and reuse them to be able to curb the impact on the environment. So there's a levy still being charged as a punishment, really, if you use plastic bags, but there's a sense from many people that in fact it's not quite working. So there's a view from some that that position has to change. Let's get the thoughts of Palesa Insala, who's a climate and sustainability advocate. Palesa, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. First, let's deal with the facts here. What is the position? Has the usage of plastic bags gone down over the last decade or two, or in fact, has there been no real shifts and it's actually increased?
So when the levy was first introduced, I think in the first few years, researchers did some research and realized that more people were buying less of the plastic bags because now you have to buy them, you don't get them for free. But then after that, I think people then got accustomed to buying plastic bags and then went back into buying plastic bags. So it hasn't really made a significant change when you look at it in that manner.
So on that basis, it is no change, and we are paying for plastic bags. Who actually benefits from that additional sale? Remember, there was a period, those years where, in fact, none of these, the stores, the supermarkets, they did not charge for plastic bag uses. They do so now.
I think it's a very complex question, and it requires us to look at it in a holistic way. Because when you look at the plastic levy, and I think we were expecting it to change the whole plastic pollution and waste management issue in South Africa. But that, I think, is just an aspect of what we can do, because waste management is it's a system issue. There's so much more that is happening in the background when it comes to municipalities having access or having capacity to take care of our waste. And you look at the integration of waste reclaimers. There's so many other aspects or moving parts within this. And to look at it from a perspective of just the levy, paying the levy, and the correlation it has to reducing the amount of pollution, I think it's doing the disservice to what it was intended to do.
So what then is the solution? If it's not working and there's no significant shifts up to now, as someone who's environmentally conscious, what are you proposing?
I think it requires us to sit down as multiple stakeholders, because plastic pollution doesn't only affect environmentalists. It affects communities, it affects businesses, it affects policies, it affects how we move in the world, it affects how we engage with different materials. It's speaking about product design. I think we'd have to get to the very root of it and talk about how do we redesign plastics in a way that, or like carrier bags, what's the alternative to it? Are we going to use more natural products or like materials? What are we going to do? I think that's the most important thing, is that we come together and work together to find a solution, not just one person saying this is the solution. It's a very complex issue.
Who's doing the talking then? If you say coming together and working together, who should be talking?
All of us. Government, what is government doing and how can they contribute into this conversation? What are the professionals saying? What is the research that has been done saying? And how can we integrate all the learnings that we know, the scientists, the articles that have been written about the issue of plastic pollution, and how can we, what is our role, each of us? What is the media's role in this in this conversation. So everyone has a role to play. And I think if we look at it in that perspective, we can sort of move the needle.
But and based upon what you understand right now, so is government, as you said, and others doing anything significant to address the issue? I'm talking about now as opposed to tomorrow.
I think they are. I think if you look at it in a silo, like if you look at it in like boxes, you would think that they are not. But there's so many other organizations like NGOs doing really incredible work in communities, doing education. There's like people like the waste reclaimers who are collecting about 90% of the recycled materials in South Africa. So there is something that is being done, but it's just that everything is not talking to each other, and it's just finding the connection of how can we connect each of the work that we're doing so that we can see the impact. Because if I am doing what I'm doing in my little community and there's someone else doing something else in their little community, we're not going to be able to see the greater impact because it's in silos. But if we come together and bring those ideas and bring those view and perspectives together, I think we can have a far greater impact, because we're not only looking at it from a siloed way that we need to reduce the amount of pollution, but we're also looking at how is banning, for example, plastic going to affect umama that is selling amagwinya at the rank, who's using these clear bags to put amagwinya to sell to people. It's integrating lived experiences, how people are engaging with these materials on an everyday basis.
Is it not a fair comment to say that we know this can harm the environment, but for the average South African who's battling to stay afloat and just keeping themselves alive in the midst of absolute poverty, that's the furthest thing from their mind?
Absolutely. That is absolutely correct. If you talk to people from the locations for example, like it's the least of their problems. And also the system is not working, because you would find that there's only 1 or 2 trucks that is servicing about 5 or 1,000 households with more than 2 or 3 people living in each household. And it's not going to work, because the amount of waste that is produced in that community far exceeds the amount of resources available to take care of that waste. So it's just to identify those problems and see that the system is not working, and how can we then ensure that we assist the municipality so that they're able to take care of the waste.
So let's end with this. I mean, of all the things you've said, right, what for you requires the most urgency? That means if you were in a position to convene an activation that will change things completely, what would you
do? That's a very good question. And I haven't really given it much thought. So this is me thinking as I speak. I think the most important thing is to realize what this problem means for each of us. Because I think for example, as a professional, I'm going to look at it from a professional perspective, right? And someone else who's in business is going to look at it from a business perspective. But if we put these perspectives together, we can find a solution that is going to be able to benefit each of us. But if I am coming up with a solution, I'm going to come up with a solution that is going to reduce the amount of pollution in the environment, because I'm an environmentalist and I know the effects that pollution has not only on animals but on people.
Okay.
So I think collaboration is very important.
Okay, collaboration, and we're not doing that right now. Balesa Nsala is certainly not enough. Climate and sustainability advocate here on the National Pulse. Right, let's get the news headlines. It's 4:30. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection as more revenue authorities turn to artificial intelligence and other technologies to drive tax compliance. The Transnet National Ports Authority says it has issued a request for proposals for the appointment of a terminal operator to refurbish and operate one of its multi-purpose terminals at the Port of Cape Town for a 25-year concession period. And Iran has continued to strike at targets in the Middle East after the U.S. military said it had completed a heavy wave of airstrikes against Iran overnight. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A little bit slower than normal heading down Joburg's N1 South. This is the rundown to four ways. You've got a backlog of traffic that really starts sort of north of Buccleuch on the M1 coming in from Midrand through the interchange, down through Ravonia and all the way down to that Willie Mandela off-ramp. Mike 1 is heavy as well from Melrose up towards about Marlborough Drive and then southbound. There's a bit of pressure on today from Santon all the way in to Buccleuch interchange. R24 out towards the airport. That's queuing. There's a heavy backlog through Barbara Road into the airport or onto the R21 northbound carriageway. Just a reminder of those delays if you're venturing on and off Hartbeespoort Dam, the 511 Xanadu area, very slow going out that side today. Cross into Durban, the earlier roadwork change up around Gateway to Kwamashu, that's been sort of normalised. What you normally drive through in terms of lanes, you're driving through this afternoon. It was down to a single lane earlier. There is a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction. Pretty heavy backlogs coming through from Inanda Road through Mgeta Road down towards Spaghetti Junction. And there's a clog on the N2 North from Boothrow Bridge, moving through the construction up towards the Westwood Mall area. Pietermaritzburg side, a breakdown before Market Road. Traffic piling up back as far as Ashburton. And Cape Town today, collision on the M3 going south at Constantia a little bit earlier at Kendall Road. That's still causing a delay if you're on your way down to Takai and the heart of Newlands, backlogging with a crash on Main Road at Campground. That's causing quite a considerable delay in that central Newlands area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
So from traffic to traffic, I mean, what's the cue to become the new Bafana coach to me? You have
Well,
it.
we are still yet to find out. We're going to find out. But with the contract of Bafana head coach Hugo Bruce coming to an end tomorrow, the South African Football Association Technical Committee Chairperson Jack Maluleke has acknowledged that they need to move with speed to finalize the matter of succession. SABC Sport understands that at the beginning of this week, SAFA had already engaged 4 coaches, and all were believed to have been local coaches. And Maluleke, who has led the appointment of at least the last 3 Bafana coaches, says that the process is nearing the appointment phase.
Will be communicated because I've seen this thing. It's so sensitive because now every day you get this story, this, but we are there. We are done. It's a matter of the committee must sit down. The tax team has done its job. The committee must sit down and make a final recommendation. And after we have done that, it's out of our hands, and we rely on the NEC because the NEC are the ones who appoint coaches. So now we make a recommendation to say we want this one. Okay. And for the CEO to give a contract to a coach shall be mandated by the NEC to say, yes, we agreed, this is a resolution of the NEC that Mr. Velile is appointed. And then we call another Veliles to tell them that, no, indeed, we appointed the Velile.
Well, from my understanding, SAFA is going to host a press conference tomorrow for more clarity on this issue. It's going to be at 12 p.m. So we'll find out, is Hugo Broos in or out, and do we have a new Bafana coach or not? Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs have offered defender Given Msimango and striker Ashley Dupree plus cash to Stellenbosch FC for winger Langelihle Pili. Pili, who is a South African under 20 star, is seen as one of the country's brightest prospects. Chiefs want him as their 4th signing under new coach Fernando de Cruz, and Msimango joined from TS Galaxy in 2023 but struggled for regular game time, making just 13 league appearances last season, and now he looks set to leave Naturena. Elsewhere, Eddie Howe is set to leave Newcastle with immediate effect. The 48-year-old departs after a turbulent season in which the Magpies finished 12th in the Premier League, losing 17 of their 38 games. His final game was a 4-1 pre-season defeat to Bristol City. Now, Ho, who guided Newcastle to Champions League qualification in 2023 and 2025, and also ended their 70-year wait for silverware by winning the 2025 Carabao Cup, grew increasingly frustrated this past season. In rugby, after a 30-year wait, the All Blacks have arrived in South Africa for an 8-match tour dubbed Rugby's Own Odyssey. Now, the schedule includes provincial clashes against the Stormers, Sharks, Bulls and Lions, followed by tests at Ellis Park, DHL Stadium, FNB Stadium, and a finale in Baltimore, USA. The tour revives rugby's greatest rivalry, with local teams chasing the historic feat of becoming the first South African provincial side to beat the All Blacks at home since 1976. In terms of the Springbok women, they will also face the Black Ferns in a doubleheader at FNB Stadium, boosting live attendance figures past 250,000. And we do know that the DHL Stadium will host a welcome event for the All Blacks tomorrow at 1 p.m. and members of the public can buy tickets through Ticketmaster if they want to attend that event. In athletics, South Africa acting president John Matane has warned that the Comrades Marathon cannot be turned into a fun run and must remain a properly regulated athletics event. Tensions between the Comrades Marathon Association and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics recently forced ASA to step in and mediate between the two parties. The dispute threatened the 2027 race scheduled for the 13th of June, which will mark the historic 100th edition from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, and Matane stressed that the CMA cannot operate in isolation and must respect the rules, structures and authority of both the provincial and national athletics bodies. With that said, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Thanks for that, Jimmy. I wonder who's been watching the Commonwealth Games in big numbers. I must confess I haven't, and I'll tell you the reasons for the switch off. Simply for me is the fact that after watching a whole month or 5 weeks this time around of the World Cup, it's like, okay, I need to pause. I have been watching some paddle for that big Premier Paddle event in Pretoria, and we'll watch it the weekend. But then, it's a case of switch off generally until, football starts in South Africa and around the world. So, that's me. Your position with the Commonwealth Games could be completely different.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
In case you missed it,
former Group Chief Executive Office of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Lucky Montana, could no longer touch 2 of his expensive properties for the time being, spending billions on locomotives that were inappropriate for South African railways. When billions were lost, Lucky Montana blamed former board chair Popo Molefe at the Zondo Commission for much of what went wrong. How do you respond to the news that Lucky Montana's properties have been frozen?
You haven't told me your name.
Joanne Joseph.
Joanne, yes, I got a message that you're going to call me.
that was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Right, now experience the magic of world-class ballet at the International Winter Ballet Gala. It happens at the AfriForum Theatre in Pretoria tomorrow, and it features international stars from the Bolshoi Ballet, acclaimed Cuban artists, and South Africa's finest dancers. This spectacular one-day event will be on, and you can catch the performances at 2 times, 3 in the afternoon, 7 in the evening. So book now at TIXSA, TIXSA, or AfriForum Theatre.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela's got all the numbers, including that of interim results from Anglo American.
Yes, Ashraf, the guys posted a jump in profits and raised their dividends as they joined rival miners in cashing on when it comes to record copper prices. The guys are also approaching the finishing stages of a radical transformation plan that will see them exit the diamonds, coal and platinum and take over rival tech resources and to focus mainly on copper mining. Anglo reported a 35% rise in first half underlying earnings from its continuing operation with profits of $4 billion. That includes the copper and iron ore mines that will be the mainstays once the restructuring is completed, and their dividend per share increased by a whopping 300%. And Ashraf, there's still mounting investor jitters. That's around the AI trade in a divided Fed, that is the U.S. Central Bank, kept interest rates unchanged, leaving the markets questioning whether rates are where rates are headed, and the long bond yields climbed. And because what they are worried about is that around the world, people are worried that interest rates probably will be going up and the Fed will probably fail to deal with inflation. And we also saw the Bank of England, as expected, leaving their rates unchanged today. And US struck Iran again as conflict widens across Middle East. The US Q2 GDP was weaker than expected, though a pickup when it comes to consumer spending and solid business investments signaled underlying strength, and this itself lifted market sentiments and gave deep buyers the courage to pick up, picking up stocks. Yellow metal regaining its shine at the back of unchanged interest rates and a firmer dollar. Gold is up now 0.8% at 4,097. Platinum is up 1.2% at 1,634. Oil prices tend to lower in volatile trading, with reports of talks between Oman and Iran over the Strait of Hormuz helping to soothe the jitters over reignited fighting when it comes to the Middle East. Brent crude is down 1.2% now at $89 a barrel, and better than expected inflation in the world's number one economy also helped to lift the global market's mood, with the JSE up 1% led by resources. Rand firmed 0.8% against the dollar, 16.51, 22.15 against the pound, and 19 against the euro.
All right, perfect. Thanks for that, Makwe. Of course, more from Makwe and his team tomorrow. But tonight, 6 to 7 hour of the SAFM Market Update.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, let's get to some of your calls, and we'll have a feature coming up in response to some of you as a citizen, your concerns, right? But Vincent in Secunda. Hi, Vincent.
How are you?
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
I'm good. First time caller, yeah?
Hey, welcome to the show, man. Welcome. Ah.
Thanks.
Right, go for it.
My point is, I was listening to Julius Malema.
Yeah.
But it's like a lot of callers or the people sending the WhatsApp messages, they're anti-Malema. What's wrong with this posture today when he was on the press conference?
Well, what do you think? I don't think they're anti-Malema. Listen, people listen to people. We listen, we watch from press conferences to watching a game of football to watching a music show, and we form opinions based upon what we see. We don't be right. Now, nobody said he's guilty of anything, but they do note, that he's undertoned, Yeah,
the previous caller said it's with you when you're saying it's guilty, and then you rectify that issue.
So that's me.
My point, my point is, if Jonas is being friend with Khan, there's nothing wrong. We can be friends with anyone in South Africa.
Well, yes, of course. But I think what we're saying is the tone is very un-Julius Malema-like, if you get my point. That's what we're saying.
No, I'm not going to agree with you.
Right. That's fine.
Today, if your tone changed somehow, should we judge you? Should we say you're feeling guilty of something else?
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody's judging. I'm saying you're judging the tone, not judging whether the person is guilty of anything because of that. You're just saying, like you see someone, you say, well, you're sounding a bit different today. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay, so you can deduce from that what you like. Vincent, thanks for that call and appreciate you calling in for the first time. At least the Julius Malema factor got you to feel strongly enough to call in. And and that's the essence of people calling in. When you feel strongly about something and you're like, hey, I want to say this, I want to get it off my chest. So thank you for that. By the way, talking about getting things off your chest. So I had an interesting video clip coming from Hassanein, Abdullah. So I mean, he's a guy I know. He's from Cape Town, and he walks into a store. I think he walked into a store called Athlone CV Joint Center like a few minutes ago, in fact. And as he walks in, there's this guy who owns the store called Ismail Dawood, right? And he's listening to the show. He's listening to the National Pulse. And of course, Hassanein knows me and is like, hey, you're listening to Ashraf? And it's like, yes, I listen all the time, So, I mean, just a shout out to you because I love that type of engagement. So, Ismail, to you listening in regularly and it does mean you have your fingers on the pulse. So thank you for listening in. And now that you're on air, make sure you listen every single day. But next time, send your own video. Don't leave it to Hassanein to do just that, okay? So thank you for that. Right. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's get some more. We're going to chat to... we're going to pick up an issue around city power just now. But in the meantime, there's some other WhatsApp comments I can play. In fact, what we'll do it right now. We'll get to chat to, pick up a response around city power in a moment by speaking to Zainab Abu right after this.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Join us this Thursday evening on Top Billing as designer Erica Skalkfake renovates her own home. Metro FM DJs Muesli and Scoop share the secret to their new show. A Khalid-Stop artist inspires a Paris fashion house. And Michael joins Dylan Lewis on a tour of his sculpture garden. That's Top Billing this Thursday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
We as South Africans, we need to thank God for Madiba's life, for his love, for his compassion, and for teaching us to work and live together.
This Mandela Month, SAFM honors the life, the leadership, and the enduring legacy of Nelson Mandela.
My City, My Concern on the National Pulse.
We all have concerns, whether you're living in a big city, in a town, in a dorpie, in a village, wherever you are, you have concerns, and you sometimes find yourself pretty helpless around those concerns. And I gather that's the case today with my guest, because I mean she's written in, she's dropped us an email, and we're going to talk to her now. Her name is Zainab Abu. So Zainab, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Thank you for giving me a platform to voice the collective concerns of the community within Constantia Kloof, Walter Vrede Park, and surrounding
Well,
areas.
let's see how we can help. So, I mean, I'm going to read the first line. You can tell me more, right? This is what you said. My name is Zainab. I reside in Constantia Kloof in the West Rand, that's sort of west of Joburg, near Roodepoort area, right? In a part of the grid that has been experiencing power outages on a weekly basis since the first week of May 2026. And barring a couple of weeks in June, this issue persists. We seem to be caught in an area of the electrical grid that is affected by every fault that affects the Christian de Wet, Panorama and other nearby stations. And you then say the issue affecting 4 more block radius in Constantia Kloof. I'll leave it at that. You tell me more. What's the story and what recourse have you had?
So the issue has started, as noted in my email, in the first week of May, where our power would get knocked out late at night on a Friday and then continue for up to 50 hours. And our ward councillor, Ward 89 councillor, Zander Shaw, has been very instrumental in speaking on our behalf to City Power management to try and get resolutions to continuous power outages. One thing I am aware of is that he is trying to get the local government to provide funds to replace the Panorama substation, which is one of the issues within this area where there are continuous faults happening and has contributed to this issue. However, I live just off of Hendrik Potgieter, about 3 blocks up from there, and my part of the grid and 4 streets down and 4 streets going up towards the north, it's basically a grid radius, keeps getting knocked out, whether a fault happens on Christian de Wet, the Christian de Wet substation, or at Panorama. Once or twice it was even JG Straden. We as a community have written in May an email, a letter was sent to the CEO of City Power requesting that this issue be investigated, and we did not hear back. After a while, the power outages stopped for a couple of weeks in June, and as of the start of July, we have once again been encountering extended power outages where power goes off randomly on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and then we literally sit without power in our homes, in our businesses, for a period of about 48 hours. The current outage that I referred to yesterday in my email took place from Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, and power was restored at 10:10 a.m. this morning, exactly 48 hours later. From what I can gauge on our community groups with the councillor, we have been engaging constantly with City Power, and we are being given excuses like technical challenges, lack of resources, all sorts of excuses, and also the fact that they are still within their SLA. Ashraf, while we understand that they have SLAs in place, we as a community feel that if it is a recurring issue, as is the case with us, it's not an isolated thing. There's obviously something that needs to be investigated, and we as a community are imploring City Power, please investigate why is it that this particular part of your grid goes off on a weekly basis. Surely you can track on the system from the faults, where the faults keep getting reported, and say, okay, an investigation needs to take place to say what is going on within that part of the grid. Why are these people, these customers experiencing these extended outages?
And just to be clear, so you're saying it goes off on a weekly basis, and when it goes off, typically how many days does it remain off till it gets switched on again and then goes off again?
2 days when it goes off. So like, for instance, this week was Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, and it came on at about 10:10 this morning. We are also told that they only have one test branch team for the entire Johannesburg. That is actually not acceptable. For an area size of the city of Johannesburg, one team to do test branch, which is quite a specific skill, surely they can look into employing a second or a third team that can service the city a little bit better, so that we as residents and business people do not have to wait indefinitely for one team to attend to testing.
So you've written, or you've reached out to City Power. I mean, we've done the same. In fact, the plan was to chat to their spokesperson, Isaac Mangena. In fact, he's already got your email, and the plan was to talk to him now. We just somehow can't seem to connect with him right now. But if by chance we miss him today, we will connect with him soon. And when we do so, we'll certainly get you back on to listen to him, and then you can respond to that anyway, right? But in reaching out to them, their story about being under-resourced, not enough funding. In many ways, that's something we hear every other time. I mean, is it not true? As frustrating as it is it actually not them being as honest as they possibly are?
I feel there's a lack of transparency, to be honest. City Power keeps hiding behind the fact that there's a lack of resources, there's a lack of funds, etc. But it's well documented that City Power owes Eskom in the region of about 4 billion rand. We as residents, as paying customers to City Power, would like to know what is happening with the funds that get paid as part of our municipal accounts every month. I mean, we're not talking about a few 100,000, we're talking about a good few million. Surely the amount of money that they collect at the end of each month must be going somewhere. We as residents and customers of City Power and residents of Johannesburg are requesting more transparency into what they are doing with the money. At this point, I know that Councillor Shaw is in the process of trying to get a public meeting in place with the residents of the West Rand, particularly Constantia.
Now, I mean, as we talk, I mean, you know, City Power is one thing. The city of Joburg is another, and as you know, they've run out of money. I mean, there's been a story we must follow up that Telkom has sort of cut them for not paying their bills. So the numbers to the city of Joburg at the moment, you can't get through, and they're using private phones. So I've heard. Yeah. I mean, that's simply, I'm telling that to you to give a sense of the catastrophe that we all face around service delivery. Yeah. Now, we will chat to Isaac Mangena when we can. It's not going to be today, unfortunately. However, in the light of the frustrations, you know, you working obviously through your counsellor, however, what does the community feel about this recurring thing? And in terms of what can they do next?
Look, I'm not working for the councillor, just to clarify. I'm just a resident that lives in the area that has being very vocal about what we are experiencing on a day-to-day level. What we want City Power to understand is, despite their SLAs, they are putting people's lives at risk. We've got elderly people in this area. We've got a retirement village just down the road where people depend on oxygen for their very life. Okay, we've got thousands of young school children in this area that cannot study at night because there's no light, that have to go to school either without having to cleanse themselves or have to cleanse themselves with ice cold water. It's not acceptable. This is the future generation that we are putting at risk. We would very much like for City Power to be more transparent about the difficulties that they're facing. They need to engage with us as the community that they serve, who we actually pay for a service that we are not receiving. They cannot keep hiding behind the diplomatic speak of technical challenges and lack of resources. It's no longer acceptable. I can tell you now, nobody is buying it.
Wow. Well, I mean, look, I think your frustration, and this is the point, your frustration, Zainab, is that just about, I think, a person from probably 100 local, municipalities around the country, if not 1,000, can actually say, actually, Zainab's talking about my community. That means that level of non-service delivery and us tolerating it has been the norm. The question is, at what stage do we get the turnaround? So I'll tell you what, I mean, so we unfortunately can't get Mike Mangena to talk to us today, Isaac Mangena to talk to us today, right? But we'll certainly do that soon, and we'll let you know. I think it's important that you've raised it, because it's important that we want to get, sometimes not on a macro level, but on a very personal, community-based level, how service delivery or the absence of service delivery affects your lives. And clearly it does that big time. So thank you I think in this case, thanks for reaching out. And it's important that you've done just that. Zainab, you there? Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for reaching out. So, by the way, if you, as you could be anywhere else, Hammanskraal comes to mind. If you want to raise an issue of concern in your local community, I'm specifically talking at the localized level, then just email us via studio@safm.coza. Studio@safm.coza. Put on the headline, The National Pulse, so we know exactly that you are referring to us. Now, in terms of a response from City Power, we will hopefully get Isaac Mangena to come in, comment as soon as possible. There's also a big presser on the go, and we'll get to that just now. Right now, first things first, the news at 5.
Thank you, Ashraf. A focus on the importance of data protection, and Iran strikes targets in the Middle East again. Good day to you. Speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection as more revenue authorities turn to artificial intelligence and other technologies to drive tax compliance. Emeko Nkwankwo is from the African Tax Administration Forum.
What we have is really an oversight gap and also, indeed, rules that have no moral compass. We don't know how to position or how to balance between data access and privacy, for instance, or between transparency and institutional secrecy. So the problem at the moment between technology and law is very much law. Legal experts are not sufficiently clear on the positioning that we need to have. Things cannot be a case-by-case basis. And so we need to have human rights protection that is adapted, reformed to fit with the current practices of the tax administration.
The Transnet National Ports Authority says it's issued a request for proposals for the appointment of a terminal operator to refurbish and operate one of its multi-purpose terminals at the Port of Cape Town for a 25-year concession period. The Port of Cape Town currently consists of 2 multi-purpose terminals, with one operated by a public entity and another by a private company. The port's acting manager, Afile Shabane.
So the request for proposal that is currently out relates to the privately operated terminal, where the current concession is actually due to expire in 2027. So in line with Section 56 of the National Port Act, CNPA is therefore undertaking this fair, transparent and competitive process to appoint a new terminal operator.
Accused number 3 in the Senzimeo murder trial, Mthobisi Ngube, has questioned why Kelly Khumalo hasn't been called to the stand yet. Testifying in the High Court in Pretoria, Ngube argued that everyone who was inside the house when Mayiwa was shot and killed should also have testified. The state alleges that Ngube was the gunman who shot Mayiwa during an alleged hit. 5 men are on trial for the murder of the former Bafana Bafana player who was shot and killed in 2014. Ngube says he knows nothing about what happened inside the house that day.
There was no witness, my lord, that came before the court and explained or give evidence before the court that this is the reason why Kelly Khumalo killed Senzo. But it is said that it is myself that killed him. And Kelly Khumalo, my lord, was never called before the court to come and tell the court the reason why he killed Senzo.
Mourners, including government officials, have gathered at the Bloemfontein City Hall for the memorial service of the former Free State MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Thembeni Ngagisa. He passed away at his home last week after an illness. He began his political activism in 1982 during the struggle against apartheid and went on to serve in different ANC leadership positions. He served as the Free State MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs between 2019 and 2021, before later serving as the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development. Further afield now, Iran has continued to strike targets in the Middle East after the US military said it completed a heavy wave of airstrikes against Iran overnight. Kuwait says an Iranian strike on a building in the north of the country has killed 1 person. Jordan's military says it's intercepted 5 Iranian missiles. The BBC's Yolande Nell has more.
In the past few days, there have been increasing concerns that this war is spreading across multiple fronts, with the US and Saudi Arabia launching attacks on pro-Iranian groups in Iraq. But now Egypt's cabinet has confirmed that a drone caused a fire on 2 vessels on its Mediterranean coast last night. They're associated with the natural gas supplies in the country. Now, it would be the first time, if Iran had carried out this attack, that there had been a direct attack on Egypt that we'd heard about since the war in Iran began about 5 months ago.
Top story. Speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Gos.
In sports this hour, SAFA closing in on finalising new Bafana coach, All Blacks to face South Africa's finest, and McDonald's hints at Stokes' fairy tale return. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg's Mike 1 North under pressure today. A crash going through towards 11th Avenue in the Houghton Estate area. That's a heavy queue from Parktown. And then once you get past that, you're pretty much straight back into it from Glenhove Road all the way up to Marlborough Drive, up through the Saturn area. Very slow. N1 still queuing up from just south of Allendale Road. This is the N1 South from just around the Yasuke River Bridge into Buccleuch and then all the way through towards the William Mandela off-ramp at Four Ways. Also the N1 North into Pretoria, crashed by Buerta Avenue. And that's heavy queues back through John Foster Drive. Drive today. And if you're heading away from, well, I guess the Brooklyn side of Pretoria up through Hatfield, this is a very heavy delay today. It run through Hatfield up onto Gordon Road towards Soutpan Road. Really jam-packed. Haven't seen it that busy for a while. Durban's N2 going south stays slow and under pressure from in Under Road all the way down to a breakdown before you get into Spaghetti Junction. Really heavy. In the fact, that queue almost back as far as Queen Andy Drive today. Northbound, a couple of breakdowns at Spaghetti Junction, so coming through from Booth Road Bridge, that is heavy as well. And of course, because of all that congestion on the N2, the N3 outbound from Sherwood and inbound from Pavilion under a bit of pressure as well. Stationary truck after Ashburton on your way into Pietermaritzburg, so that's heavy. And Cape Town, today an earlier crash on Main Road at Campground right in the heart of Newlands, causing all sorts of backlogs locally there. Main Road and Campground really under pressure. It's just sort of spreading out through that Newlands and Claremont area. And a crash going into town on the N2 at Lisbik Parkway. That's pushing queues back through towards the Pinelands area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 120-gram Simba potato chips, any two for 34, save 10 Rand. Or 1 kg Stork Country Spread Tub for 44.99, save 15 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
The world's finest athletes are coming together for the Commonwealth Games.
Mary Mora with an incredible performance.
From athletics, swimming, boxing, netball and more.
Keely Hodgkinson has to settle for silver again.
Witness every inspiring moment as Team South Africa takes on the best from across the Commonwealth.
Yes, it's a world record, 2:18.95.
Don't miss the excitement, the pride, and the pursuit of glory. Watch the Commonwealth Games live on the SABC Sport channel, on SABC Plus, and daily highlights at 10 p.m. on SABC3.
Schoonmaker takes it away from Denmark.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Commonwealth Games 2026.
For the love of the game.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, a key focus of the third hour of today's show is the media briefing, a joint media briefing in this case here, from the Ministry of Justice on the one hand, as well as from in relation on the one hand, and then of course from the National Director of Public Prosecutions, right? So that briefing, the Minister of Justice, Mamoloke Kobai, currently is addressing the media. So I tell you what, let me keep quiet. Let's get right to it.
The review of the NPA Act that has already begun will be enhanced in the areas that I have also requested that they be paid attention to. And those areas are as follows. The term of office of Directors for Public Prosecutions and the head of IDEC has to be reviewed. We believe that rather than being permanent as is currently in the case, these positions should have a limited and definite term of office. This will protect the institutions and protect the integrity of our organization. Strengthening checks and balances and accountability mechanisms within the NPA in its entirety to ensure that we minimize abuse of power or process, and this is being led by the NDPP. Elimination of conflict of interest. What has emerged is that prosecutors find themselves in a position where they have to make a decision on the arrest warrant against their own colleagues, which is a clear case of conflict of interest. And this area does require a legislative review, but also analysis of other jurisdictions. How do they deal with this issue? And this will ensure that we address the issues in terms of the challenges that are there, but also that will promote justice and fairness. Though NPA and IDEC, it is not a Chapter 9 institution. The National Prosecuting Authority is an important public body that supports democracy in South Africa. It is the only agency responsible for instituting criminal proceedings on behalf of the state across the country. It works to uphold the rule of law, ensure accountability, and fight crime. The fight against crime and corruption requires each element of the value chain of criminal justice system to be fully functional and effective. We all have the responsibility to protect and defend the NPA, including IDEX, so that we can strengthen our democracy and ensure its sustainability. As I conclude, I must remind South Africans that IDEC is an 18-month-old institution that has a huge opportunity of growth and stability. As a minister, I believe that in the organization there are still men and women of integrity who have kept to their oath of office as both investigators and prosecutors, and they deserve our support. And we have articulated and echoed our sentiments in the support of the work that is being done by the Madlanga Commission, and have urged all our employees who may be called or who have been called to support the Commission by being open and transparent in the manner that they present their affidavits, but also their testimony. This will be in the good interest of our country and our institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. That is the statement that we have. I would like now to ask the National Director of Private Prosecution to make the additions that the Minister was talking about before we get to question and answer. Advocate Mutimbi.
Thank you, Mr. Khanyaho. Let me acknowledge the Minister, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister Kubai, all the members of media and the colleagues. Just so that I can really pick up on what the Minister has said, in ensuring that we give appropriate attention to this agency, the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. We have developed a focused reorganization or reset project. And that project, it's really going to be quite intense. And there's various work streams that we have developed. And the work streams, in brief, the Minister has alluded to really some of them. Of importance is really to ensure that the business processes of IDEC are well defined, in line with the legislation that governs the work of IDEC. We are going to focus on operations management to ensure that IDEC operations are efficient and effective as they should be, in line with the legislation. We will review the processes, including any other template or a form that seeks to execute certain areas of the legislation. For example, you may have picked up that there is what's called a Section 27 referral. You may go and look at the NPA Act. It's really a mechanism where the public refers matters to IDEC. So we'll have to make sure that that process is well defined. But there's also other related processes. Once the matter is referred, how is it that is authorized for investigation? The standard operating procedures have to be reviewed to ensure that there's checks and balances that the Minister has referred to, but also ensure that there's segregation of duties. so that you don't have an individual who receives the Section 27 referral and is the same individual that goes on to authorize what is it that needs to be investigated. We are going to ensure that we strengthen training and awareness, service delivery inspections, policy review, and determine optimal workload ratios. The total staff at IDEC is about 212. There are vacancies, and that needs to be filled. And the work stream of human resources, we are going to make sure that we review the structure and the establishment and ensure that we determine the vacancies that are there and ensure that we fill all the skills that are required. Consider all the vacancies that are there, but also those that are filled. We are going to ensure that we go through the CVs and ensure that those who are occupying those roles are adequately qualified. Another important area, of course, is the audit of the cases that are in IDEC. So that audit will take a format that ensures that all the cases have been appropriately referred and appropriately authorized, and which ones are on the roll, are prosecutors well allocated to those cases, and so on. Just in brief, we'll also look at communication and branding. Minister mentioned the issue around lifestyle audits. I won't repeat on that. We'll also look at the finance management of the organization. We'll also look at the stakeholder management and partnerships. Security management is very, very important to ensure that the witnesses that are important for the cases that we run, and ensure that where there's a need to protect them, we'll do so, and also the investigators and prosecutors. Vetting of all those employees at IDEC, we'll have to make sure that all the vetting processes are done. The rest, of course, of the other focus areas are really quite operational. I have said to the team that we need to make sure that the people, processes, and systems of IDEC are attended to. The advantage, at least if I can say so myself, is that IDEC is not so dissimilar to the organization where I come from, the Special Investigating Unit. The value chain is similar. We just have to make sure that there's checks and balances so that there is no conflict of interest in the system. And the monitoring mechanism have to be put in place, regular reviews of cases by those who are responsible, and regular reporting of status of matters that are on hand. So it's going to be very important that the team at IDEC is focused. Of course, it's supported by the whole system at NPA and ultimately by the Department of Justice. I need to also, as I conclude, that the whistleblower protection also and witness protection, which I've alluded to, and of course, of importance, is the governance processes in the organization. So we are going to be driving this project such that everyone is on board. I have had the opportunity to meet all staff and address them around all of these initiatives, and they have been welcomed by the staff there. So, Minister, we can assure the public that we are going to work hard. We predict that this project will take about 6 months because we need to turn around that entity quite quickly in a demonstrable way that the public can see that there's there's really turnaround. We have taken account of what has been reported at the Madlanga Commission. There's actions that have been taken with immediate effect. Accountability is going to be the order of the day. If there are any instances where we really have to take consequence management, we will do so, and we've already started, as the Minister has alluded. Thank you very much.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding, and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Limpopo, are you ready? The Limpopo Champions Boxing Promotion proudly presents the World Kings Boxing Tournament on 31 July at the University of Venda Stadium. Witness Akane Sambo take on Alvin Komik of the Philippines for the vacant WBF World title, plus 2 provincial title fights and an action-packed undercard. Catch the action live on the SABC Sport Channel 31 July from 7 p.m. A punch for hope, a punch for unity, a punch for peace. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Limpopo Boxing Challenge 2026. For the love of the game.
SAfm. Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so there's a Q&A and that media briefing which will join just now. But let's go back to what we missed at the beginning of the Q&A because we just started, well, the 5 o'clock news, right? Here's the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister Kubai.
It is accountability mechanisms that we must strengthen in institutions so that there is no impunity and rogue elements that can undermine our work, and they have to be dealt with decisively. You will recall that 3 weeks ago, myself and the NDPP launched the Office of IDEC Oversight, that is currently led by Judge Takalani Rowling, which its task is investigating complaints or any alleged improper conduct or any conduct which has resulted in an improper or prejudice on the part of any person by IDEC. This office will strengthen accountability, safeguard public confidence, and uphold the integrity of the investigating directorate against corruption. In addition to the oversight, IDEC requires internal operational improvements to strengthen accountability, efficiency, and effectiveness. We have commenced with a process aimed at facilitating a comprehensive reset of the investigating directorate against corruption, aimed at rebranding and repositioning the directorate to enhance its effectiveness, strengthen its institutional identity, and ensure its long-term success in delivering on its mandate. The NDPP, who will outline in detail some of the issues as we deal with this media briefing, has communicated that various activities are underway to rebuild trust and public confidence, which include the following amongst others. Under Human Resource Management and Development, the branch has been tasked to commence with the process of analyzing the job profiles against CVs of the people who are holding the positions in IDEC. This analysis of all 146 staff members in IDEC will be completed by the 14th of August 2026. All employees in IDEC will undergo lifestyle audit as a matter of agency. A skilled, experienced investigator is being appointed by the SIU to be seconded to the NPA to conduct a full case audit on all cases. In the interim, the NPS is finalizing the consideration of the CID cases enrollment. All Section 28, 1 and 13 authorization will be evaluated against mandate, intake criteria and referral mechanisms. There will be an evaluation of all cases currently on the court roll to ensure that people are correctly charged. NDPP will outline in detail as these are his areas of operation.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, let's not delay. Let's rejoin the media briefing, and there's a Q&A on the go.
Perhaps, I suppose with the benefit of hindsight, were there reasons why there was no there was no structure until, of course, the appointment of the judge? Was there a specific reason as to why the structure was left as it is, and of course subject to the apparent manipulation and people taking decisions that are outside of the purview of IDEC? And I'll stop there.
Hey.
I'm here.
Thank you so much, Muluku here from ENCA. I just have 3 quick questions, Minister, and also perhaps you, National Director of Public Prosecution. How is, because the underlying message you are giving us here is that one and all will be held accountable. How is Advocate Andrea Johnson going to be held accountable? Because she was at the pinnacle and she has now left the employ of IDEC. Is it fair to suggest that she is off the hook? The second question relates to, because IDEC is a directorate within the NPA, you, Minister, have political oversight over the NPA. How come none of you, perhaps institutionally, couldn't even see cracks in this 18-month-old baby if measures were in place? Did you get to hear about this rot and dysfunction and all these things along with us as members of the public as they emerged from the Madanga Commission? Or at some point perhaps you might have had a whistleblower who came and said this and that are happening, and perhaps you were attending to those issues. Finally, on the issue of the audit of the cases, it seems the emphasis is on those that are before the courts now. What about those that have already been decided by the courts, if any? What will happen in that regard? Thank you.
Okay. Can we move to answers for now before we get to the next round? Okay, Minister.
Now, I was saying that I'll do the simple ones. Advocate Mutivi will do the difficult ones. For example, the ones by Senior Sipo. Let me just, and I clap it with what others have asked about the acting head. We are in the process of doing that. We have decided to be cautious. The Act does allow for the Minister to appoint on the recommendation of the NDPP an acting head. I've requested vetting in light of the difficulties and other issues that we are seeing, but we also are in the process of actually ensuring that the post is filled fully. So we're hopefully we should be before the end of the week or by next week have an acting head in terms of the IDEC, but we just want to make sure that vetting is being done because just to make sure that everything is not going to come back. I think coming to the issue, and you'll deal with that, NDPP, the issues of the cases and all that. That's why I want to deal with the others, the simple ones. So I've answered Criselda as well on the issues of the acting, and as well as Vuyo. The process normally, just even to explain to members of the public, with the acting you take from the current employees within the organization. What we have broadly is within NPA broadly that we can take somebody. I do want to say I was uncomfortable at the moment until some of the work is being done to take anyone who is second command and after Advocate Johnson in IDEC. So the option was to take outside IDEC to find within the NPA. In terms of the rules, it does allows you to note that when Advocate Chauke went on leave when he was placed on suspension and when he was going through, we took the DPP from Northern Cape to be able to act in Johannesburg. So we're looking at something like that, but we have to vet first and understand the individual that you are bringing so that we don't perpetuate the problems that we have while we're dealing with the whole.
Right, and let's break away from that media briefing. Just to tell you, linked to that, confirmation that the chief investigator at the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, that's IDEC, Dylan Perumal, now confirmed he's been placed on suspension. Here's the news headlines with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Yes, that's the news just in. The IDAC Chief Investigator Dylan Perumal placed on suspension, among others, and we'll have the other names for you at the top of the hour. The chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance says the committee's welcomed the appointment of the Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Seso Mohai, as the new board chairperson of the PIC. And speakers at the International Conference on Taxpayer Rights in Pretoria have underscored the importance of data protection. I'll be back at 6 with all the details.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
The city centre in the Hatfield area, power outage, power supply problems there are very heavy, particularly routes like Francis Biden, Pretorius, and especially Jan Schober, Gordon, up to Soutpans Road. Very heavy backlogs. Haven't seen it that bad for quite some time. Centurions N1 going north, a breakdown just after Botha Avenue. Delays back from John Foster today. And there's a crash on the M1 North now and a breakdown as well just around the New Road exit. So lined up traffic from Buccleuch for that slow trip up through Midrand. N1 Buccleuch down to William Mandela is heavy. Once you get past that, it's not a bad run home towards Soweto. And the Mike one today from around about Melrose to Marlborough Drive remains fairly slow and fairly sluggish. Now, if you're driving out of Durban up to Pietermaritzburg, that stationary truck before Market Road is still there. One lane open. Big queues now back through Ashburton. That is very heavy. A lot of traffic around Pinetown. The N3 at Paradise Valley gliding off into Pinetown's heavy. Arriving from Cowie's Hill on the M13 is bad, and sort of Stapleton Road in that area under pressure as well. A couple of breakdowns before Spaghetti Junction. The N2 South is jam-packed heavy today from as far back as Queen Nundy Drive. And those roadworks at Reservoir Hills on the M19, that queue outbound starts at Umgeda Road in the Springfield Park area. Cape Town Marine Drive, pretty solid. Pardon Island all the way through to Racecourse Road in Milnerton. A crash on the N2 inbound before Lisbeth Parkway, causing a big delay from Langa this afternoon. Be a bit of onlooking at that probably on your way out of town. And some solid traffic through Newlands after an earlier crash on Main Road at Campground Road has left that whole sort of Newlands area under pressure. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Thanks for that, Rob. And a reminder that with the price of everything going up, a drop in your car insurance premium is just what you need to have extra money in your pocket. So switch to Outsurance and you could save big, like 54-year-old Yako who survives, so that's the same thing, saves and survives means the same thing, who saves an amazing 282 Rand a month on his 2025 Suzuki Swift. Don't pay more than you need to. Get an Outsurance quote to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. You know the number, out 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, let's in fact talk sport, and there's many things happening, but you want to pick up about an issue back home regarding, the Bafana coach, right?
Yes, SAFA is expected to host a press conference tomorrow to clarify who is the next Bafana coach, and with the contract of current Bafana head coach Hugo Broos coming to an end soon, SA Football Association Technical Committee Chairperson Jack Maluleke has acknowledged that they need to move with speed to finalize the matter of succession.
Will be communicated because I've seen this thing. It's so sensitive because now every day you get this story, this, but we are there. We are done. It's a matter of the committee must sit down. The tax team has done its job. The committee must sit down and make a final recommendation. And after we have done that, it's out of our hands, and we rely on the NEC because the NEC are the ones who appoint coaches. So now we make a recommendation to say we want this one. Okay. And for the CEO to give a contract to a coach shall be mandated by the NEC to say, yes, we agreed, this is a resolution of the NEC that Mr. Velile is appointed. And then we call another Veliles to tell them that, no, indeed, we appointed the Velile.
Meanwhile, Chipa United coach Brendan Chuta says that the club faces a difficult start to the new Betway Premiership season because it cannot play its home matches in the Eastern Cape. Both Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium and Buffalo City Stadium are unavailable, with Nelson Mandela Bay being returfed after the Springboks match and Buffalo City also undergoing pitch repairs. As a result, Chipa will play their home games at Kings Park Stadium in Durban, with Dobsonville Stadium also being considered. Chuta says that Eastern Cape football fans will miss out on seeing their team at home during the opening months of the season. Elsewhere, CAF says that it will discuss FIFA's proposed FIFA Forward Enterprise Initiative at an executive committee meeting next week. The plan aims to raise more than $10 billion by selling part of FIFA's commercial rights to private investors, with each member association set to receive $40 million over the next 4 years. The proposal has faced criticism after FIFA announced it before consulting its member associations. In terms of rugby, after a 30-year wait, the All Blacks have arrived in South Africa for an 8-match tour dubbed Rugby's Ono Odyssey. Now, the schedule includes provincial clashes against the Stormers, Sharks, Bulls and Lions, followed by tests at Ellis Park, DHL Stadium, FNB Stadium and a finale in Baltimore, USA. Now, the tour revives rugby's greatest rivalry, with local teams chasing the historic feat of becoming the first South African provincial side to beat the All Blacks at home since 1976. The Springbok women will also face the Black Ferns in a doubleheader at FNB Stadium, boosting live attendance figures past 250,000. DHL Stadium will host a welcome event for the All Blacks tomorrow at 1 p.m. and members of the public can buy tickets through Ticketmaster. In athletics, South Africa acting President John Matane has warned that the Comrades Marathon cannot be turned into a fun run and must remain a properly regulated athletics event. Tensions between the Comrades Marathon Association and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics recently forced ASA to step in and also mediate between the two parties. The dispute threatened the 2027 race scheduled for the 13th of June, which will mark the historic 100th edition from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, and Matane stressed that the CMA cannot operate in isolation and must respect the rules, structures and authority of both the provincial and national athletics bodies. With that said, it is a wrap from my side.
Thanks for that, Jamin. I think the big question is, seriously, who is going to be the new Bafana coach? Or is it that extension that Danny Jordan got so angry about the other day of Hugo Broos? That's his position. Or what do we have? I don't know. We know that Pisa Mosmani has now set up his new academy in collaboration with SAFA. Would that rule him out? Maybe. Makes sense if it did. But who knows what makes sense in the world of hiring and firing football coaches.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Join us this Thursday evening on Top Billing as designer Erica Skalkvik renovates her own home. Metro FM DJs Muesli and Scoop share the secret to their new show. A Khalid-Stop artist inspires a Paris fashion house. And Michael joins Dylan Lewis on a tour of his sculpture garden. That's Top Billing this Thursday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Mandela believed that listening was the beginning of understanding.
We are therefore prepared to work with them to arrive at a just and lasting negotiated solution.
This Mandela Month, SAfm continues the tradition through meaningful conversations that challenge, inspire, and unite South Africans from every walk of life.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
All the facts and figures, well, the market update itself comes up from 6, but to set the scene, here's Dudu Ramela.
To your listeners, we check how the markets fared today. We have Henku Kriel, who is MoneyWeb's contributor, to help us do exactly that. Hello, Henku.
Hello, Dudu and Ashraf, and good evening to our listeners. All around the world, it was a green day on the markets and still is the case in the US, where the Dow Jones currently trades 0.4% stronger. The S&P 500 now gains 0.9% and the Nasdaq is 2.2% up. In Europe, they finished well within the green. The FTSE 100 in London today 0.3% up. The German DAX 0.7% and the CAC 40 in France gained 1.3%. And that's exactly what we gained as well on the JSE's All-Share Index this afternoon at 5 o'clock. And it finished at 1.3% stronger at the end of the day on a level of 111,873 points. The industrial index finished 0.2% up. The financial index 1.1%. The resources index always very big movements up or down, and today it gained 3.5%. Some of the individual companies on the JSE that contributed and supported the resources index were Mondi, which gained 13% in one day, and Valterra 7%, Implats 6.5% up. Almond Sibanye Stillwater finished today 5% stronger. Also a great day for Anglo, Northam and Glencore, which gave stellar performances and finished the day 4% stronger. Yes, there were some losers on the JSE as well, one of them being one of the 10 largest companies on the JSE, one of the 10 largest, and that was BATS, British American Tobacco, which lost 3.8% today. AVI 3% down, Omnia and Bytes each 2.5% weaker. And then Pepco Holdings, Premier and Mr. Price each finished 2% weaker. Then I'll move over to Forex, where the Rand is now trading at 16 Rand 52 to the US dollar, and it's standing at 19 Rand and 1 cent to the euro, 11 Rand 58 we pay for an Australian dollar, and 22 Rand and 20 cents for a British pound. And on the commodities market, the price of gold, $4,100 an ounce, while platinum trades at $1,630 and palladium at $1,285 an ounce. Brent crude is still holding its very high levels and maintaining its level of $90 a barrel. And let's wrap this up with the price of a Bitcoin, now sitting at $64,700, and that is 1,076,000 Rand. Dudu, that's how the markets performed, and it's been fun, and the past few days this week just as nice. Keep well, Dudu.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Henko Kriel. Always a pleasure. MoneyWeb's contributor. And here's what you can look forward to come 6 o'clock, Ashraf. We take a look at retail trade sales and what they tell us about the South African consumer, because there is research that has been done by the Bureau of Market Research where this is concerned. And they see trade sales going up and up in spite of inflationary pressures and, of course, geopolitical tensions that have a direct knock-on effect on what we go through as consumers. We also take a look at global shipping, but focus on dry bulk shipping. What is that market all about, and what sort of trends are they seeing in light of disruptions to shipping? We also ask the question whether BRICS as a group can translate declarations into productive investments and industrial growth. Tafadzwa Chibanguza is the chief of the working group that is dealing with that at BRICS South Africa at least, and he's going to be answering that particular question for us. All that and more comes 6 p.m. It's back to you, Ashraf.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Enjoy your show, Dudu. 6 to 7. And then sport coming up after that. Then we have another 2 hours of current affairs issues. And then, John takes over, goes all the way up to 10 to midnight. So there's a lot for you to listen to. We do it all again tomorrow. This is the National Pulse.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM.
Right, there's a whole range of comments from you, and there's no way I want to miss it, because I can tell you now it certainly gets us thinking. I mean, here's one from Asanda. Ashraf, I'm glad I had an afternoon off, so I went home to listen to the EFF press conference as the Rise Mzansi Nelson Mandela Bay communications head. I find Malema interesting to listen to, as he's a good storyteller and knows how to handle the press. Obviously, Rise Mzansi caught some strays from him as usual, but he's an interesting character. Asanda. Are you really from Rise Mzansi? Okay. In fact, let's get to Cape Town. We're staying Cape Town. Elizabeth, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. Thank you for taking my call.
It's a pleasure, right? Go for
Ashraf,
it.
Yes. Listen, I listened to the testimony of that lady at the Matlanga Commission today.
Yeah.
And I really admired her, and it took me back. I called in last year where I told you about my matter with Stellenbosch Municipality. Anyway, it went to court, right?
Yeah.
My issue was also unlawful instructions. The court ignored all the allegations, however, and that was pertaining to lease agreements. National Treasury confirmed on the 27th of June 2025 that those lease agreements were unlawful. And the council, they sent an item to the council on the 25th of March 2026, where they wanted to rescind those items. So now what I'm thinking, the Western Cape, the land issue is big. Some of these lease agreements were old apartheid lease agreements that were renewed. Can't the commission zoom into all property transactions, spatial planning in the Western Cape? Because here is a problem. Unfortunately, these things never reach the newspaper. It's only if it's happening in Johannesburg, then it counts. But here in the Western Cape, the idea is that everything is fine, good governance. This is not good governance. And unfortunately, it's the poorest of the poor who are being affected by this.
I'll tell you what
and
you
it's
do.
all in paper.
I'll tell you what you do. First of all, thanks for calling in, Elizabeth. But may I suggest, we had the previous chat with, I think, Zainab in Joburg about city power, and we want to constantly look at picking up an issue like solving citizens' problems. How do we help, right? So perhaps if I can put you back onto to Keys, my producer, just send the details to him. Let's see if we can then get you to explain what you think is the issue, or whoever else, right? And then get the relevant council to respond to that. That's just see, because I think we have to try and get to a position where we can resolve issues quicker than we currently do, and not just be a sounding box, if you get my point. So shall we do that, Elizabeth?
Nothing happened to it. It's not that people are not complaining. You submit the stuff, nothing happens to it.
Yeah.
So put it To your producer, I've got all the evidence.
Okay, I'm going to do just that. Let's see if we can follow that up on that, because I think it's an important one. Appreciate you calling in. Appreciate you tuning in here to the National Pulse, right? Okay, let's get to further comments then. We've got right here, and there's many voice notes around the country, by the way.
Good afternoon. This is Anonymous here, and I really would like to. I was very disturbed by Julius's response or his address of the situation around him and Khan in as far as their relationships or interactions are concerned. He comes here, he decides to take it from the moment after Khan was shot. And then he wants us to believe that we are convinced by what he is saying. He doesn't say anything about the WhatsApp messages that were forwarded by Said to Khan that were allegedly coming from him, because he knows very well that's a very hot potato, one that he can't at the moment deal with convincingly. But it's very stupid of him to think we'll be convinced by what he said about Khan when he only took it from the moment Khan was shot. That was, I think, he very not smart of him. We are not convinced. We need more answers.
Well, interesting you pick it up. You have a press conference, you think you would, and there's no specific agenda, you would bring up all the issues that matter to you or your party, and it's a significant mission. Points taken.
Afternoon, Ashraf. I just want to respond to the guy who says Malema has got a high IQ whatsoever. That's utterly nonsense, man. Malema is a crook. He's everywhere. His hands are everywhere. So he mustn't come and insult us as if our intellectual capacity, we are unable to see somebody who's dodgy. Malema is dodgy. Simple as that. Malema is very dodgy. So he mustn't come here on the radio and talk about high IQ. And our question is IQ, that person. Cheaper here in Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Chipa. We can debate the IQ, dodgy crook. I mean, he hasn't been convicted to be called a crook, right? But I'm just making the point. But I hear your sentiments, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. The gentleman who just sent a voice note about Malema's high IQ, he needs to go and study people that have high IQ. There is no way. No way.
Well, listen, here's a question to you and to me as well. You know, what does it mean when we say a person has high IQ? And I don't mean just the numbers. I mean, how does it play out? Okay, so how does a person with high IQ manifest that high IQ?
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nabs at Tripala. I'm here to listen to the full presentation or media briefing by Julius Malema. But from what I've heard from you guys, that is SAFM, Malema is right not to comment if he didn't get everything that the lady said. Secondly, I think it is the time now for the lady, the former head of IDEC, to escape the country because the oil is now boiling, waiting for her to be fried there. She must just keep the country's such a strength. Thank you.
You're encouraging her to skip the country. The first part you may be right to say, but Malema, in fact, I think did suggest that he doesn't want to say too much. So he could be right? But she must skip the country as per your instruction or advice?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. It seems like this Johnson lady is now exposed in mjolo issues, having an extramarital affairs. It's obvious once when somebody is saying gorgeous, that particular person can never say gorgeous, just out of the blue. You understand? This is Mr. B. Figi Boni from Porsche.
You've got it all worked out. Okay.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Mpaka Mahala Mameka, Paledi, Limpopo. Julius Malema, Julius Mukwanazi, same WhatsApp group. Remember, Julius Malema He's the one who was embroiled in Limpopo tender scandal. They are falling within the same WhatsApp group. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And there's more. Here's another.
Good day, Ashraf. Oh, I believe Malema, he's a chameleon. He changes colors very quickly. That's all I can say for now. Terence Hohoba from Davidton.
Thank you. We say 30 seconds maximum. You're on for 15 seconds. Appreciate it. In fact, if you're calling him a chameleon, others, in fact, not others, specifically Drushanta Ramsamy, who testified today at the Madlanga Commission, she said internally, they called Andrea Johnson the flip-flopper.
Ashraf, I trust you all. It's KG from Sherwood Gardens once more. I mean, I was just listening to Julius Malema making speech, trying to justify nonsense. I don't know how does he really take South Africans that they can't read between the lines. But anyway, just a matter of time. The personal vendetta that they've got against Ramaphosa, trying to get him impeached before he can implement the Madlanga Commission recommendation, won't work. So Malema is going down, whether he likes it or not. He can fool the fools, but anyone who's sane will not be fooled by Malema. Like, his time is gone. He has been able to get away with a lot, but now his time is up. He must just accept it and stop trying to play us for fools, man. He's as guilty can be. Sharp, Ashraf.
Convicted already, can fool the fools, but you're not the fool. Who coined that phrase, superior, was it superior IQ, superior intellectualism, something, I mean, from the EFF? I mean, just the right words, just remind me what was said. Good day, Ashraf, the convicted criminal can't be taken into consideration. He doesn't know politics. All he knows is to insult elders. Let him go and rot in jail together with his corrupt Khan. Thank you, from Drama, Northern Free State, Goldfields. Okay, Ashraf, hi. As an officer of the law, what Andrea Johnson has said about avoiding the Madlanga Commission is just a delivery on her part to be disbarred, period. From Lakadush. Yeah.
Good afternoon, SAFM listeners. Ashraf, I'm worried, very, very worried. If the clip that was played during Madlanga's commission, whereby Advocate Johnson called Advocate Ramsamy allegedly, is correct, I'm very, very worried. She says she don't know what is Section 27 and what is Section 28 referral, yet she is an advocate. Then her qualification is questionable. P.S. from Matlosana.
Okay, and there's more. I mean, I hear your worry. I sense your worry. I feel your worry. In fact, many people are worried about what is happening. Yeah.
Wow, Ashraf, what did I just listen to right now? Did Andrea Johnson just now advise a witness to skip the country and must not appear at the Madlanga Commission? This is being done by a whole advocate of the High Court. No, this is irrational. I believe that Andrea Johnson should be arrested right now. They must not wait for any other thing. This is criminal conduct from somebody who's supposed to know the law. My, oh my. Michael,
I don't have to add to that.
Hi, Ashraf, a quick one. I am very disappointed in how South Africans think. Once Julius Malema start to talk, they say, why is he talking? Once he go quiet, they say, why is he quiet? Now that he is talking, they say, why did he call that press conference? Another thing they keep on saying, yeah, did you hear his tone? His tone is a bit better. It means that he knows that he has done something wrong. Once he becomes controversial, they're saying that he's arrogant, such things. But now I don't know what people are expecting. Nothing right is going to come from Julius Malema's mouth to South Africans, and then a lot of you guys who think like the way you think about him. So I'm saying that, okay, take a chill pill, relax, and then hopefully you'll get to what you're looking for, guys. But long live the CIC.
There we are.
Leon.
Take a chill pill. You must accept that Malema is one of the most recognized and talked about politicians in the country, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine being a first caller, Vincent, and just come to defend something. Definitely, everyone just heard that he was not the one that we know. He was not the Julius that we all know. The Julius that have power. The Julius that always talk like he challenged everyone. But he was just, someone that feel defeated. Someone that is like, what? Guess is it? What is it? Nation power, Mbombela and Ellis Plate.
There we are. Thank you. Let's leave it at that. By the way, I did sort of stumble about what would I say, intellectual logic? I couldn't quite remember the phrase, but I see a few people have messaged very quickly. Ashraf, it's superior logic. Got that. We'll have more superior logic conversations on the National Pulse tomorrow, 3 to 6. So set your alarms now. Here's the news at 6 with Greg.